2025. It's 5 p.m. It's a special meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. Call the meeting to order and note all council present with the exception of Councilmember Fedori. And we've got three items on the agenda. May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 601. And I'll turn to our city attorney, Mr. Pyrick, for the items.
Yes, we have three closed session items this afternoon. The first one is public employment. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The title is City Attorney Performance Evaluation. The second closed session is a conference with labor negotiators. That's authorized by Government Code Section 54957.6. The city negotiators are listed in the agenda. The employee organization is the Police Officers Association. And the third closed session is a conference with real property negotiators. That's authorized by Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is the grill at Lovers Point. The agency negotiators are listed in the agenda and under negotiation or price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I see no hands raised online or in person, Mayor.
Okay, seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. We'll return for our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. It's 6 p.m. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. Call the meeting to order and note that all council members are present. And I ask Councilmember McDonald to lead us in the pledge.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Madam.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And moving on to council and staff announcements. Mr. Pyrrhic, do you have any announcements?
Yes, we had closed sessions earlier this evening and there's no reportable action.
And
I'm sorry.
there's no reportable action from a closed session. Our city manager, Mr. Morganson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oops. Hello?
Yeah.
Is it on? Okay. A couple things for staff announcements tonight. The first one is that we've had some communications from the public about the Pine Street safety improvements. Just wanted to point out under item 11A tonight, we'll have a little bit more of an explanation of what those improvements were. And our city traffic engineer will also be on the line if we want to talk about that more. Two announcements to make from the staff end that they're sort of sad to make. The first one I wanted to say is Tori Hanna, who is our administrative services director and assistant city manager, who's been here for 6.5 years, will be departing us on the 7th of this month. So that's the sad time for us. And she's been one of the, I think, the long-term rocks of the organization and getting a lot of things done. She's probably hiding someplace, but Tori, did want to wave or say anything? Okay. The other person is Charlene Williams, who's our library director. We'll also have her last day will also be coming up this Friday. She's been with us for about 5 years now, and she came to us as a reference librarian, and she's been the director now for a little bit of time. So those are two, like I said, bittersweet things to, I guess, announce, or bitter things to announce. We will have cupcakes at 8 o'clock though, or at our break, to commemorate those things. The final thing is I want to invite our Public Works Director and Deputy City Manager, Mr. Go, up to talk a little bit about the pool operations for this summer.
Thank you, City Manager Morganson. City Council, it's my pleasure to announce that the pool will be open this weekend. We're going to do rec swim on June 8th in the afternoon. And then following this week, we will commence our swim lessons. Swim lessons will be Monday through Friday, with swim lessons being on Friday morning. And then rec swim will occur every Friday afternoon and every Saturday. So we're excited that we're able to offer the recreation/open swim this year, a program that we weren't able to achieve last year. So we're going to have quite a few opportunities for people to just go to the pool and have a good time. You can sign up for rec swim in advance through the recreation registration portal or pay at the door. And also, I just want to put a little plug in. Most of our camps are full, swim lessons are full, but we still have quite a bit of availability in our sports camps. So golf, flag football, youth basketball. So if you're interested in getting your kid in one of these sports camps, go to the Civic Rec and look it up, sign up. Thank you.
Council, do you any more council announcements? Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know, I attended the Human Trafficking Conference. I guess that was technically 2 weeks ago now. But just wanted to let people know there will actually be a screening at the Lighthouse Cinema, on Friday, which is 2 days from now. Unfortunately, as much as we wish this wasn't going on, we just had news recently of a couple of people escaping and being rescued. And so unfortunately, it's a problem that's happening. And this video is actually bringing a light to orphanage tourism, which is actually contributing to human trafficking in other countries. And inadvertently sometimes fund this without realizing we're doing this. So I just wanted to let people know that that will be at the Lighthouse Cinema on Friday night from 6 to 9. Thanks.
Councilmember Beck. Could you turn on? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did not have a comment or anything, but I did want to ask Mr. Go on the recreation swim on Fridays, because I know the rec camps go swimming on Fridays as well. So what time will be open to the public?
Yeah, 1:30 to 3:30, Councilmember Beck, with the swimming, the youth camps will be in the morning time for their swim programs,
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
of course.
And just reiterate what Mr. Mogensen said at 8 o'clock. We'll have some refreshments, and I'm pleased to honor Tori Hanna and wish her well and thank her for her efforts to serve the community. All right, now moving on to general public comment. Please come forward. If you have comment. Welcome.
And raising of money for the swimming pools, the lack of access for the public in general is really unacceptable. You know, 2 hours on Friday, 2 hours on Saturday, 4 hours a week. It's summer, for goodness sake. So at what time we're going to get to the point where maybe you got lessons in the morning and you got in the afternoon, you have open swim. And if it's still that we have problem attracting people to work there, something needs to be done about that because the pay is very good for it. Last, I believe it was Friday, I looked at the city's website to see what was going on this summer, what new programs there were. And at that point in time, I mean, it was either Thursday or Friday, the website said, click on, this catalog to see what's coming up for the summer 2021. And signups begin now. 2021, maybe that's why all these programs don't have people in them. Today it's changed, but as of a few days ago, when everybody's getting out of school and stuff, it hadn't changed. 2021. So 2022, 23, yeah, 2 years that it wasn't updated. Anybody that thinks that's acceptable, especially when you guys budgeted a couple $100,000 more for the rec department this past year. You also go through what the classes are, and I only had a little time because it just kind of cropped up today, is you go through and very little, almost everything cuts off at 13, and then there's some adult stuff, but high school, the support for high school programs is almost non-existent. And I'm not understanding what this is. That you can have kickboxing and combat sports for kids the age of 10, but you don't have anything for high school kids. So at some point in time, we need to set a priority of all children and all adults and all kids, especially when you're doing all this more money. It's funny too, you look at some of the sports that are on there, there's no tennis camps. We used to have tennis camps where 20, 30 people would be at them. You'd have adult, stuff going on where 20, 30 people. And quite ironically, because you probably never thought you'd hear me say this, there isn't even any paddleball instruction. The fastest growing sport in the United States, no paddleball instruction. Is that unusual to anybody else? You think, if you're going to do something, let's do a priority on summer jazz dance programs, but you don't have outdoor sports programs. So I don't know if you want to lay it at the feet of the recreation board or your own or your employees. Something has to
Thank
be
you.
done.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Harriet Reese, and I am a graduate of the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. And this is my first day coming to City Council after being a homeowner here for 4 years. Because I have respiratory issues, so I'll be wearing a mask most of the time. I'm here, one, just as a neutral observer and to understand the priorities of this nonpartisan body. I do also want to raise concerns about what I see as declining infrastructure. So I worry about our sidewalks, our paths, and our power outages. And I also worry that I don't really see police out on the street. So as a 5'2" woman who's been harassed by people throughout my life, I would just prefer to have more of a security presence visible in town, especially at Lover's Point. And with that, I'll just say Godspeed to you and thank you for being dedicated public servants.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. Good evening, City Council. I thought I would start off on a high note. I want to say good work about allowing the hotel at the American Tin Cannery. I know a lot of my neighbors don't agree with me about this, but it is important to be able to disagree with people at times. I think that the hotel, by allowing some housing, or not housing, but rooms for low-income people, will be serving the very important mission of the Monterey Bay Aquarium by educating future generations how to care for our oceans. I can't think of a more important thing other than what I'm going to say later. See you soon.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. The harbor seal pupping season is coming to an end, and our seals are now entering the molting phase. Many of our pups are facing the harsh reality of being on their own, and only a few are still hanging on to mom as tight as they can. I wanted to take a moment to thank the city first. Public Works did an excellent job on the Fifth Street fence this year. And even though it was vandalized multiple times, they quickly repaired it and had an extension at the Berwick Park side that helped to keep people from growing around it. I only had to take one person out from behind that fence this year, and that's a miracle. Thank you to the new wildlife CSOs out there on the rec trail. They made their presence known and responded when we needed assistance. We hope to continue to see them in the future on the rec trail and consider them a great asset. Thank you to both the BNRC and the city for the Quiet Please signs, which made an impact on people walking along the trail. Besides being really adorable, people said that it helped remind them to be quiet at those puppy beach areas. So thank you to the city for all of that. Now a little bit of the unfortunate news. This season saw a 28% loss. Less than 10% is normal. With construction at the aquarium and intermittent minor construction at the Hopkins Marine Station, along with the routine disturbances the seals face typically, the seals were disturbed enough to alter their behavior away from their normal pupping sites on those beaches, increasing the normal loss and sending them to other areas. In regards to the American Tin Cannery, the fact is that both the Coastal Commission and the scientists who study the seals and sound have both said they do not know what will happen with the seals when the construction starts. Construction, as we have seen again this season, is a proven deadly disturbance. The scientists say that this could devastate this colony and possibly drive them away, even with the current mitigations. So we're not done, and we will continue to work through the process and get the strongest mitigations we can throughout this time to protect our seal colony. And with the city's help, working together, we hope the seals will be around for generations to come. The city did do very well this season, especially with the spillover Rookery Beach at Fifth Street, which was pretty much vacant 2 years ago. We actually had more births this year from seals leaving the loud disturbed area and coming to Fifth Street, and all of those seals survived at that location. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you all for your service. Carmelita Garcia, I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, and I'm here to announce on behalf of PG Deer Awareness Resource that we have launched our website, and also we have received our nonprofit status. So we're very, very excited about that. The website is pgdeerawarenessresource.org. A lot of words, but it'll populate before you're done. Driving over here, I was thinking about the deer and the the fawns and what have you. And I couldn't help but to reflect, gee, I know how Kim and Tom feel now about their harbor seals, and it's kind of like you're their parent, you know? But anyway, I wanted to share with you, you know, the social media is just really phenomenal. It really, really is. We posted one picture of some fawns, I think, and it received over 6.6 thousand views. And what really that represents as well is that 6.6 thousand people read the word Pacific Grove. So that's some pretty good PR for the town, I think, and for our tourism as a whole. So anyway, check out our website and look at the photographs. And also we have our Facebook page, which is PG Dare Awareness. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. We have some empty seats in the front. Welcome.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Mike Gibbs. Member of the EDC, and I'm speaking in my own behalf. It hurts me to bring one of these topics up. But you all have heard me say these things before. We love Pacific Grove, from the Natural History Museum to Lover's Point. We have inhabit a very special place, and Peggy and I feel graced by God to live here. But over the past 2 years, an emergence of DEI established dark and relentless narrative in PG has taken over. If you read the Pine Cone or social media, you shared in disbelief at some of the terrible comments made by task force members. They were wicked and unrelenting. They were all brought to the council's attention, and no action was taken. You can read for yourself. Go back to the Pine Cone, where one member called somebody a Nazi. A DEI chairperson mocked the religion of people in town. Another DEI member told a 73-year-old grandmother who was merely offering support, quote, "My grace goes only so far when it comes to your lies, defamation, and sabotage of community initiatives." I've been married to that grandmother for 49 years. If it can happen to Peggy, it can happen to you. Why would anybody want to take a position on a board or commission or run for city council? Last week, I've had 3 people ask me that exact same question. And I still offer them, it's a great place. You have to contribute. You have to be a part of this. Many of you sat in the same position. You've been called out by the intolerant voices in town. You've been labeled unethical, lapdogs, corrupt, racist, and worse. You know what it feels like? You know who I am and what I stand for. You will search your hearts when the time comes. I'm grateful for your service to this beautiful gem of a city. I love this country. We value the freedoms and liberties guaranteed by the blood of our ancestors. Sounds kind of hokey, right? Old words in today's divisive political climate, but true nonetheless. We're still patriots, placing flags on the graves of fallen soldiers on Memorial Day, rebuilding the Point Pinion Lighthouse, pulling weeds at Perkins Park, or holding candidate forums at the local church. Peggy and I are blessed to wake up and be part of this every day. And I just quote Abraham Lincoln. You've heard me say this before. We're not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have been strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. Our hearts will yet swell with the chorus of the people when they are touched, surely as they will be by the angels of our better nature. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any virtual public comment?
Mayor, I see no hands raised online.
Come. Do we have anyone else that's in the audience that is wishing to speak? Could you raise your hand? Could you come forward? Did you already speak? Didn't you? I'm sorry, miss. If you've already spoken, if you've. No, I'm like. No, this is not. If you could. Yeah, that's possible when we'll be here 3.5 hours from now and hearing that particular item. So, but no, this is general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Right. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ségolène, and I just wanted to make a general comment about Pacific Grove. I moved here 9 years ago from Paris, so I was happy to find a community in a smaller scale where I could follow what's happening locally, and I've enjoyed it every bit. And I just want to comment that it was 9 years ago, and for the past 2 to 3 years, unfortunately, I hear voices which are putting clouds in that beautiful sky. I know it's a general comment, it's not specific, but I want to voice it. I want people to get along together. And I've been hurt by things I've heard or read. And I think it's a pity because this community could be more beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll turn to virtual public comment.
No hands raised, Mayor.
I'm sorry, did you say none? None. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Any items, council wishing to pull?
I'd like to pull 9C.
Nine C, all right, the ballot measure?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, public, anyone in the audience here wishing to pull an item, just shout it out. 6C, all right. That's the Pride resolution. Six. All right, a virtual audience, anyone wishing to pull an item?
Inga Lawrence and Dimer. Okay, let me try somewhere else here. Okay. Inga Lawrence and Dimer, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to for me, you have to give me the sign. 6B, please.
Six B, that's green waste. All right, like, motion to approve the amended consent agenda, and we'll hear those three consent agenda items immediately following.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, item 6B, green waste fiscal year 24-25 rate increase. We'll go to public comment. Ms. Dowmer, your comments?
Inga Lawrence and Dimer.
Thank you. I do have to be wait for the unmute sign. I wanted to let everyone know. That's the only way. I can't unmute myself that way. On the green waste, I'm going to give you my spiel that I will do until we do a new contract with them, because I have a tiny, tiny little bag of garbage. I mean, not even a grocery produce bag full of garbage per week, but I have to pay the full amount. Yes, I am a home earner. I have to have garbage, and I am incensed that the lowest, smallest can is a 30-gallon can that I put out with its little one tiny bag, but I am paying, and I am low income, a low income senior fixed. And do you know what? It's killing me. The rates keep going up, and I am subsidizing everybody else in this town for their more garbage, and I don't even know what to do. So I am saying that you must please take us into account when you deal with green waste again or whatever carrier is going to get the franchise next time. But this has to have an element in there for low income seniors with little garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Daniel Miller. 2.9% more. It just, every year like clockwork, paying more and more money to them. And I remember being up there again when the whole garbage thing came, and it looked shaky at that time, and ever since it looks shakier. They get the maximum. Every dollar they can squeeze out of that contract they get. There's not a year that goes by that they say, oh, we don't need the cost of living raise. We don't need the dump fees, the load fees this year. Don't worry about that. We're not raising it this year. So what should be being done right about now is looking at other options as far as people picking up garbage, because it takes a long time for the process to go through, especially if we're doing it in tandem with other cities. So please start moving it forward, looking at other options and looking at people coming in and bidding stuff. And also I'd like even 1 year, because we've never gotten it and we've probably been in this contract half a dozen years. 1 year, I'd like to get the amount we're getting as far as our cut of recycles, because that was part of the deal. Was we're green waste, we recycle everything, and we're going to give you a percentage of the recycles. So if you happen to know that, I'd like to know what that figure is. But if not, maybe we can get a report in the future as to just in that contract, how much of it's being followed and how much indeed we are getting back for the things we were promised at that time, and how much we are saving as a city because of things that we're getting them to do that weren't done before by the previous people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
Nobody online, sir.
Mogensen, any comments about the rate, how the rates are set, perhaps?
There is, I guess quite a bit of information in the staff report, but probably the person who can sum it up best is Mr. First. So I'll ask him to help.
Honorable Mayor, council members, I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't have a report prepared, but a quick summary. This contract was put into place in 2014 to go into effect in 2015 and has a duration of 15 years. So there's several different methods that can be used at the request of Green Waste at each fiscal year. For the last 3 years, last 3 fiscal years, it's been the multi-index based rate adjustment, uniform for all services. So they look at the tonnage fees and the tipping fees that go to the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, Regen Monterey, and other factors such as inflation and cost of fuel. It's more complicated than I could break down right now, but it is available in the staff report and in the attachments to the staff report. And also, today we're joined by a representative from Green Waste, Mr. Jose Ortiz, who might be available for questions if possible. But I don't know if there's anything specific that, any more detail you'd like me to go into.
Thank you. Just verify, I thought the Green Waste contract, I don't recall the 2030 end date. If Mr. Ortiz would verify, yeah, that is the end date. And I'll just comment on that. And Mr. Miller's right that it will take a couple of years probably, because there's a half dozen cities and the county involved with negotiating the rates. So need to keep that in mind, that we get negotiations on looking at new contract and new waste hauler sooner rather than later. I'll comment one thing is, well, in terms of this, I'm not a waste hauler, obviously, in the business, but regardless of the size of your garbage pail, the truck comes to you, and I think that's got to be a substantial part of the cost. Unfortunately, it's not. The cost doesn't just automatically shrink. The truck still has to come, stop at your house, pick up garbage. The other thought, and it's really complex, because I've been sitting and Dan Miller, Mr. Miller was on city council too. He knows that the contracts are complex. I'm on the board of Regen, that's Monterey Regional Waste Management District. And we're talking about fees going up because the cost of labor and equipment to run the landfill has just been climbing, and other landfills in the area are closing. So there's not a cheaper option out there. And one of the things that I found was shocking was that in the good old days, the recycled materials had value. And so there was a rebate actually to the customers for recycling. And that's not the case anymore. There is only cost, there's very little value, unfortunately, in recycling, except please keep it out of the landfill. Recycling is great, but it's not like selling glass and metals and cardboard is reaping a lot of benefits. Mr. First,
And Mr. Mayor, as of the fiscal year 2021, what used to be a $40 credit per ton of recycling has switched to a $40 per ton charge. So we pay by the ton for the more recycling we send to the dump, the more they charge.
there's just no way around it. We produce stuff and we got to get rid of it, and it has to be dealt with. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
I'm gonna move approval, Your Honor, but I will make the comment of the recommended action, but I will make the comment that cost of everything is going up, so I'm not shocked by a 3% increase, which looks a lot like another type of cost increase you might see on a different issue. So I'm gonna move approval of the recommended action.
Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Right, and now we're on to next item, which is 6C, Pride Month 2023. Mr. Miller.
So in our, I believe it's in an ordinance, certainly in a, yeah, it's in an ordinance, is that 3 flags can be flown in town. The federal flag, the state flag, and the city flag. I'm not speaking out against the proclamation for Pride Week, you know, Pride Month, Pride Year, whatever you want to do. But when you take a whole month and you give it over to somebody and you raise a flag, and now you've opened the door, flags. You've also closed the door to one flag. June 19th is Juneteenth this year, federal holiday. There's a Juneteenth flag. We don't raise it because the pride flag's up there. So you're kind of going down a slippery slope. The Supreme Court says basically you really need a policy as a city if you're going to start allowing people to put up flags of different kinds. So in my own interest, you know, if you have the flag up this month, if we're opening that door and allowing the pride flag, the next 11 months after this month, that I'm willing to pay for the flags for all city buildings. I want to have not only the city flag, which is no longer flowing to my knowledge over any building in town. At the community center, there's no flags being flown. Tomorrow's D-Day. I would hope to see all our flags flown over all our buildings and a recognition of D-Day and what that is. Maybe that's something that should be recognized tonight too. But I want to see the blue line flag, the flag in support of police. And so tonight, when you make a motion on this, let's add to it that for now on months not called June, we have the blue flag, the blue line flag flown all over all buildings in town, along with the city flag and all public buildings, and that we honor police and our support for our police with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening again. I'm still Ségolène, still a resident of Pacific Grove and a lesbian. And raising a flag is like acknowledging years of discrimination and suffering. And it's acknowledging that a community, the LGBTQI plus community, has been the subject of discrimination by the past. And that flag up means we know you're here and we welcome you in our city. I think I already told that story, but we fly a rainbow flag on our house in PG. And a few years ago, there was a knock on our door, and it was pupils from the middle school who said they had waited days trying to encourage each other, and they finally came to tell us that they were so grateful we were flying that flag because they felt they were not alone. For that reason, enough. Just for these kids, if there are other kids like that flag should fly. If someone says, no, why don't we recognize the police? Of course, the police put their life in the line of duty. Of course it is. It is a choice. Gays, lesbians, and trans never choose to be discriminated against. It was a fight, a long, very long fight. I met my wife 28 years ago in Paris. She's American. And only 9 years ago could we marry legally and me be able to move to her country. So please fly that flag for all these reasons. And why is it bothering anyone? It is, well, first off, it's a beautiful flag. And also it's just a gesture. It's just a recognition of years past and a promise, in a way, a promise that it has changed and it can remain better and not the contrary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else wishing to speak in the audience, we'll go to the virtual audience.
Beth Walker?
Good evening. My name is Beth Walker. I am on the board of directors of Monterey Peninsula Pride. I have attended the pride raising flag ceremony of every other town on this peninsula this past week with pride. It is a symbol that we fly in order to show our solidarity and recognition to the youth that they are okay and we are here for them. The kids in our schools in Pacific Grove, I am a resident in Pacific Grove, they are being tortured and it is not okay. And this is why we do this. We need to make sure that our kids are safe and happy, and the LGBTQIA plus youth community has the highest rate of suicide in this country. It has the highest rate of homelessness in this country, and that is not okay. We need to make sure that we show them that we accept them and we love them. This is also, as the former speaker said, it's a symbol of celebration, and there's no reason not to fly it other than people's own biases. Thank you.
Top of the hands, Mayor.
All right, council discussion on this item. I'll start off with saying that inadvertently, this resolution was put forth for approval. Council has already approved this resolution a year ago, and so this resolution stands as it is. No further action, at least for approval as is necessary. Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. To the callers in the audience, you may want to check with the school district. I know that they did raise the flag at PG Middle School last year, so you may want to check to see if they raised it again this year. I didn't watch the board meeting, but the school district is very much in favor of flying the pride flag. Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Move recommended action. Unless there is not.
It's redundant.
Okay.
It's already been approved. It was approved a year ago. Okay, so. Any action other than what was approved a year ago? All right. No action on this item. Right, moving on to item 9C ballot measure to amend PGMC 2345, Councilmember Emilio.
Just, I know it's going to return to us, but I just wanted to mention the timeshare. Does this timeshare go back to the two timeshares we have? I don't know if Mr. Perrick would be able to answer that. Or wait till it comes back to us. We have two timeshares since 2016. Pine Acres Lodge and Pacific Grove Plaza. And we've gained from business licenses and transient occupancy tax approximately just below 70,000. So the question is does this go, do you know if this would go back to the timeshares that are in existence, or is it for future timeshares?
It's my understanding those are legal non-conforming timeshares, so the proposed action would not impact those.
Okay.
Thought I did, but I'm sorry if I didn't. The answer is that the existing timeshares are legal non-conforming uses, so the proposed action would not impact those uses.
The action on the ballot would not impact those timeshares.
The proposed action that's before you tonight would not impact them, and the proposed action that would go to the voters on the timeshare definition, that ordinance would not impact the legal non-conforming uses.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perrick. That's all.
Motion?
Move approval. We might need public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the rest started off. Public comment, please. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on definition of timeshares put on the ballot?
No online hands.
Thank you.
Can I ask
Okay, Councilmember Pedori.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. This alleged settlement agreement, is this something that council can review at some point in time, or is it, where is it located?
Well, the proposed action would be to defer discussion of that until a future date yet to be determined.
So when in the future, when this comes back, the settlement agreement will be in front of the council.
Well, when it does come back, we can look at all issues. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just Councilmember Coletti.
I was just going to move the recommended actions, Your Honor.
I think I got a first.
Yeah. Second. Then.
Got a second. Discussion on the recommended action. Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. 7-0. Okay, that brings us to the item 11A, third quarter capital project report and update. Mr. Mogensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the previous council meeting, you saw the new capital improvement schedule, which you approved and we moved forward. However, we also talked about coming back and giving you a broader update of all the projects that are in play. I think presently we might be a little bit out of cycle when we usually do this update, but it made a lot of sense with the overall budget happening right after this. So with that, I believe Ms. Alabi is going to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As the City Manager indicated, the item before you is the third quarter CIP report, but we're also taking this opportunity to provide a broader recap of the CIP and provide an update on the statuses and just give you a good sense of where they're all at in advance of you hearing the budget, which is the next item. So again, this is actually a CIP quarter three report. This is typically on consent, so I did want to take this opportunity to say that the CIP quarterly report is intended to be a financial report that displays the CIP project expenditures through a very specific window of time. The report floating tonight states that at the end of the third quarter, 16% of the funds were expended in the fiscal year. Again, I want to take this opportunity to note that the percentages of funding expended does not equate to the percentages of projects completed. So I've heard that kind of used interchangeably. I've gotten questions about it in the past as it relates to this quarterly report. So again, wanted to take this opportunity to state that 16% of the funds expended does not mean that only 16% of the projects have been completed. And I think you'll see that kind of throughout the duration of this project. There's a distinct difference there, and this incorrect framing kind of minimizes the work that's been performed and isn't necessarily the most accurate depiction of the information that's provided in the report. So some factors to consider as it relates to this comment is just we have several multi-year high dollar projects that skew percentages expended down. A great example is our Cedar Sunset and Congress project, the $1 million project. We've spent a small amount because a lot of that has been community outreach, public input, getting feedback on design options. We have several large scale construction projects that typically don't occur until the end of Q3 and really the majority of construction work in Q4. So we're typically not getting those invoices until the end of the fiscal year. So just wanted to make those points. But the intention of this presentation is to give you an update and recap of our CIP projects and to clearly demonstrate the project that has been made. So the current CIP has a total of 32 projects. These projects are adopted as a part of the budget each year. And again, that item is before you in the next agenda item tonight. Our projects range from a variety of different types of projects, everything from parks and rec upgrades, facility improvements, road rehab, and more. Total, there is just under $10 million, $9.8 million associated with these 32 projects. And those funding sources are derived from a very variety of sources: general fund, enterprise, special revenue fund accounts, ARPA, and more. So in order for us to complete projects throughout the fiscal year, we work very diligently on executing our projects and completing them. And completing a project generally requires successful progression through the following project phases. The first phase is a project development phase. This is essentially the starting phase for each project. It requires staff to determine vital project details in anticipation of the RFP and bids phase, and often requires us to develop specifications, construction drawings, plan sets, and more. That takes us into phase 2, which is the RFP and bids phase. This phase requires us to solicit and review bids and proposals, as well as select consultant or contractor to provide a specific service or commodity depending on the project, and all within the parameters that are outlined in the municipal code. Then we move into the contract phase. This just ensures that we have legally binding agreements with the entities that are performing the work or service. And it also requires that we come before the city council for any purchase or contract authorization over the city manager spending authority, which is $40,000. And then that brings us into the fourth phase, which is the construction or work in progress phase. Oftentimes this is associated with traditional construction activities, ground disturbance, road closures, kind of loud and very visible construction activities. But oftentimes we have some more inconspicuous projects. We do very important things on the interior of facilities that often go unnoticed, replacing HVACs, doing interior painting, carpet replacement, things like that. And we also have projects where we do preparation of environmental documents or plan sets for our larger scale multi-year projects. And in that latter scenario, the first year of funding is often designated for us to do that environmental or plan set document preparation. So once we kind of work through those 4 phases, we end up with a completed project. So essentially a completed status means that the scope of work that's been assigned for the fiscal year has been deemed complete. So as I mentioned, we had a total of 32 projects. I want to kind of describe to you what those phases mean so that this slide makes a bit more sense. So of the 32 projects, this is kind of how they lay out in the existing phases. We have 4 projects in the project development phase, 1 project in the RFP bid phase, 1 project in the contract phase, 12 in the construction and work in progress phase, 13 that have been deemed complete, and 1 that has been deferred, or sorry, defunded. So another view of those 32 projects kind of in percentages here for you. I think the biggest takeaway on this slide is that the overwhelming majority of our projects are actively in the construction or work in progress phase or have been deemed complete. Some fun numbers here. We have $6.2 million of executed agreements right now. 3.6 million of that is active construction that is either currently underway or commencing very soon here this summer. And we have 2.6 million that are associated with those bigger multi-year, larger scale projects that I mentioned, where funding has been designated for engineering and design of a multi-year project. And then we have a smaller set of projects that are in the project development phase, which I'll get into in the subsequent slides. Again, one project each in the RFP and contract phase. And again, a very small percentage here, and the projects typically rapidly progress through these phases into the construction work in progress phase. So some great progress made to date. And I'm going to cover that in a little bit further detail here. So our 4 projects in the project development phase, again, 13% of the projects, you can see the 4 listed here. We have our David Avenue Street Rehabilitation Project, David Avenue Sidewalk Project, Recreation Board Park Inventory, and Stormwater Repair on Saida. So I'm going to quickly walk you through these and where they're at and why they're still in the project development phase. So David Avenue Street Rehabilitation Project, you're pretty familiar with. It'll address David Avenue from Divisadero to Forest, which is currently in poor condition. It's one of our main arterials, serves as access in and out of town to our neighborhoods, commercial areas, and more. It's heavily used. Northbound lane frequently has dislodged pavement sections, which equates to potholes and hazards. And you can kind of see this pesky, infamous pothole right here on the right-hand side. We constantly patch it and it constantly comes back. And that's in large part due to the underground water and heavy traffic, which worsen the conditions on the road. The BCI is currently 48 and rapidly deteriorating. So the road does require re-engineering and reconstruction. Right now, the project is 95% engineered. So it's well along its way. Right now, we're essentially just waiting for Caltrans to provide us with a permit. So a Caltrans permit is required because there is a 25-foot section of Caltrans right-of-way where their traffic loops are located in that intersection. So we need their approval and review. Additionally, we are planning to tie in to one of their drain inlets. So we do need their approval to do that as well. And that will help us address some of that underground moisture that's causing so much of this deterioration and potholes. So we have this implementation to Caltrans and we're awaiting permit approval. And once we receive that, this project will be put out to bid. For David Avenue Sidewalk, this project will allow us to install sidewalks and enhance pedestrian safety, again on David Avenue, adjacent to several schools. We came to council in February of 2024 to get direction. Essentially, both sides of the roadway have challenges, and we were curious what side council wanted us to proceed with the installation of sidewalks, and council provided us with direction to proceed with the school side of David Avenue. This project has just over $638,000 as a budget, but the total cost to do that entire section of David from Patterson to Montecito would cost just under $2 million. So we recognize that we're going to have to face this project, and we've been working with our engineer to finalize engineering. We're currently at 70% engineered drawings. The project will be put out to bid in the near future once those have been finalized, and it will be phased again in order to ensure that we use that full ARPA allocation in advance of the coming ARPA deadline, which is the end of December. Then we have our priority stormwater repair project on Saida Drive. This project will allow us to replace a corrugated steel stormwater pipe that has deteriorated and caused several sinkholes throughout the line. The tricky part of this project is that the pipe runs along 4 property lines, and these arrows on the right-hand side here depict where the corrugated steel pipe is running. It's actually underneath this fence line, adjacent to sheds and under private property landscaping. It's just really challenging. So it would be really difficult to excavate it and do a more traditional line replacement. So we are aiming to either fiberglass line the pipe or pipe burst to replace the deteriorated pipe. And then we plan to install some stormwater access points to help us maintenance that line in the future to make that a little bit easier. In terms of a status update on this project, we are working with a pipe bursting company to take a look at the feasibility of those solutions. Again, there's a steep incline, there are some bends which make pipe bursting and lining difficult. And so we're really looking to the experts who do this in the field to give us some insight into which option would be more implementable. We want to engineer a project that we can actually implement. So we are looking to those experts to provide us with some insight, and subsequently we will continue engineering and move forward with that project. As I mentioned, we have one project in the RFP and bid phase, and this is our Point Pinos Lighthouse Roof Repair Project. We have been working alongside with the Heritage Society to determine the appropriate material and color for the roofing. The Heritage Society was really interested in it being consistent with the exterior restoration period, which is about 1940. So we've determined stainless steel and red as the ideal kind of combination of material and color, and we are working on an RFP that we anticipate releasing in July or August. We have one project in the contract phase, and that is our museum moisture control project. So this is for the Pacific Grove Museum of Natural History. We are currently working on a contract to allow for a generator to be installed, and this would provide backup power to the sump pump, as well as emergency lighting in the basement that leads down to the sump pump. We've had some issues in this area over the last few years with the severe storms and the prolonged power outages that have caused the sump pump levels to rise because the battery backups only last about 24 hours. So we're looking for ways to improve the situation, and the generator was kind of the ideal scenario. And so we're working on a contract to execute that. As I mentioned, we have 12 projects, about 38% of our projects in the construction work in progress phase. They are all listed here, but I do want to note that the agenda report attachment includes a status column that lists the status of each project there as well, so you can reference that. And I also want to note that the stars here and the bold projects 10, 11, and 12 denote a multi-year project where the scope of work for the fiscal year is related to planning or engineering. So I'm going to highlight some of these projects. As I mentioned before, we have $6.2 million of approved, authorized, and executed contracts. 3.5 of that is associated with active construction, and that relates to sewer improvement projects. We have our Phase 9 project currently underway. We're about to embark on our road rehabilitation project. We just completed our crack and slurry seal project. We are commencing installation of playground equipment at George Washington Park and various facility improvements. So really spans the gamut in terms of types of projects that we're actively moving on this summer. So to highlight some of those, some Parks and Recs projects that we have actively in the construction or work in progress phase. We have our George Washington Park Playground Equipment Project, which is funded through ARPA and grant funds. The contract was recently executed in May, and the procurement of equipment is currently underway, and we're set to do the installation in late August, September timeframe. So that's an exciting project that will be underway in the summer here. We have our municipal ballpark backstop replacement project. This was a contract was executed earlier in the year, but because of softball season, we've kind of been moving to commence construction. The materials have been ordered and delivered, and they are sitting at our Public Works courtyard, and we are ready to set construction on June 17th, so just after softball season ends. So very soon here. Then we have our George Washington Park Enhancement Project. This project has several facets, some of which included planting 80 to 100 trees in George Washington Park. Public Works planted 30. And then we held a community event where we planted over 50 trees with community involvement. It was really a beautiful event to celebrate Arbor Day. And I have a picture here of some of our BNRC members and our arborists and community members planting trees that day. We're also working on new signs for the entryway to replace the dilapidated wood sign. As it relates to sewer and road projects that are currently under construction or in the work in progress phase, we have our street rehabilitation project, which is just under $2 million, funded from various sources. We are working with the contractor to establish a concrete construction schedule, but it's anticipated that we will begin construction in the coming weeks here. So very, very soon. Our Phase 9 sewer improvement project, which will address various sewer deficiencies, is currently and actively in construction and underway. So you can see here some pictures of the construction just over the last few weeks. To date, we've completed 1,000 linear feet of replacement of deteriorated sewer line. We've reconstructed 5 manholes, and these are all on the segments between Cypress, Bentley, and Railroad right-of-way. And then this week, Today, tomorrow, and Friday, they're beginning pavement restoration activities at these locations following this completion of that sewer work. There are still two segments that need to be addressed, Arena and Asilomar, and those are next to follow. City facility projects. We have the PG Museum mezzanine project. This will address some ADA compliance with our mezzanine on the second story of the Pacific Grove Museum of Natural History. We've executed a contract and the fabrication of the block and steel is currently underway. Once that fabrication is complete, we'll coordinate with the museum to actually do the demo and installation of the new mezzanine railing. So that'll bring the mezzanine height up to, I believe it's 42 inches, and then close the gaps between the spindles to meet ADA requirements. We have a fire station bathroom and shower remodel project, which you all recently authorized a contract for. We held a pre-construction meeting, executed an agreement, and we are set to commence construction in early July. And again, that will make the two bathrooms at the fire station consistent. And then we have our fire station roof repair project. As an element of this project, we've made several improvements. We've repaired the deteriorated fascia and gutter at the front of the station. We've made some improvements to some other areas where there was leaking and water intrusion. But right now we are working on tower improvements. So the tower at the fire station has a significant amount of water intrusion. We are going to replace the windows. That was one of the causes coming in through the windows. And we're also replastering the tower. The window installation is set to begin next week and the plaster of the tower shortly after. As I mentioned, of that $6.2 million of authorized executed contracts, 2.6 million is associated with kind of our longer range multi-year projects. So it's really focused on engineering and design. Those projects are on the screen as follows. We recently authorized an agreement for the sewer collection system master plan projects 1, 6, and 9. For this project, a contract was executed and the survey work is actually beginning this week. So they are coordinating with Pebble Beach and all of our stakeholders, private property owners, with our sewer easements to do surveying. The next steps post-survey will be analyzing the models and determining the best engineering approach to make those improvements. So a lot of progress already made on that project. The Cedar Sunset Congress multimodal improvements, which is funded by Measure X. You guys have seen quite a bit of the progress here. We've brought items before council in the recent future, but we've held over 4 community meetings to gather input. We've come to council a few times. We've gone to the Traffic Safety Commission with updates. Seaville Alternative was brought to the council in April. Council requested additional information, and I'm happy to report that updates and video download was actually very cool to watch. Will be coming to council in July. So some more on that very soon here. And then outdoor dining, otherwise known as parklets, an update to come before council at the next meeting, actually June 19th. And that update will include construction estimates and a request to release an RFP. And now on to completed projects. So again, we have 13 completed projects, about 40% of our projects. They're all listed here and in the agenda report. I do want to note that the starred items 11, 12, and 13 did note a multi-year project where the scope of work for the fiscal year was related to planning engineering, and that was completed. So Lover's Point Pier Repair is one of those projects where what was funded was to do the conditions assessment and to develop the plan set. That has been complete. So just wanted to make that note. An exciting completed project is our Public Works Fire Reconstruction Project. So you might remember that a car drove into the site of the warehouse here on the bottom left, and it caused a fire which significantly damaged the Public Works warehouse, the Public Works Administration building, and essentially burned up all the electrical infrastructure at the Public Works Corporation yard. So this project allowed us, through primarily reimbursements by our insurance company, to demolish the damaged metal building and the 2 small structures in the back here, design and fabricate and install a new metal building, which you'll see pictured here. Again, the 2 bottom pictures show the damage post-fire, and then as well as make the necessary improvements to the electrical infrastructure and to the Public Works Administration office. So I believe a year ago today, we moved back into our office. Those 2 years of temporary power and working prematurely, and so this is a very exciting one to be complete. We have our Kraken slurry seal project, which got underway and wrapped up actually relatively quickly here. We were able to do 572,000 square feet of Kraken slurry seal, which is a vital maintenance treatment to preserve our roadways in good condition. But this project did include safety improvements on Pine in front of Robert Down Elementary School. So I know we've gotten several questions and comments, so I wanted to quickly cover this. What prompted this project is there was several safety issues that were observed by both our police department and our traffic engineer. So the police department reported several incidents of eastbound drivers failing to stop on Pine at Fountain. Our traffic engineer, while doing in-field observation, observed the same things. So he noted that the drivers didn't appear to intentionally run the stop signs, but actually didn't recognize the stop controls because of the markings being overwhelmed by how many school signs and flashing things were going on at the uncontrolled intersections at Pine 15th and Pine and 13th. So as a result, our traffic engineer recommended some improvements to reduce driver confusion and to improve safety for all of the roadway users. And you'll see the two pictures here on the bottom left of the slide that depict what the improvements look like now. So the improvements and the changes that were made essentially were at Pine and Fountain. We relocated the always stop sign from Pine at Fountain to Pine at 15th. We removed the crosswalk at Pine and Fountain, and we retained the stop signs and the crosswalks across Fountain at Pine. In general, we adjusted some of the Pine lane routes to enhance driver visibility of the pedestrians crossing Pine. And then some additional items that are still to come are that we're going to install a flashing stop sign at the reconfigured intersection. Another important safety improvement project that was deemed complete was the installation of flashing beacons at 19th and Sunset. So this has historically been a somewhat dangerous intersection. I believe there was one fatality in this intersection. And this project allowed the city to complete vital safety improvements. We're right adjacent to our local high school, Pacific Grove High School. This is Caltrans jurisdiction, but the city took the initiative to make the safety improvement because, you know, safety is of the utmost importance for our residents and for that heavily trafficked roadway. So the scope of work for this project included upgrades to the electrical infrastructure to tie in the in-roadway lights that exist to the new flashing beacons that you'll see here in yellow. So now these lights flash as well as the in-roadway lights. We reconfigured some of the parking to allow increased visibility, and we added some additional signage that lead up to the intersection. Again, all intended to enhance safety of our pedestrians and to really prompt drivers that there is a crosswalk there and if there is a pedestrian present. Some road projects, I won't belabor these points too much because these were projects from last year that were carried forward and completed in the start of this fiscal year, but we did some more Kraken slurry seal, 630,000 square feet. We addressed several field and floor road segments on 13th, 15th, and 16th streets, as well as various sewer and stormwater improvements associated with that project. And you'll see some pictures here on the right-hand side. We've done some important projects at Chautauqua Hall, including development of a preservation plan. So this was a very vital assessment that provided valuable insights and a plan for maintenance and future enhancements of Chautauqua Hall. We also did a bathroom repair that was ARPA funded, which allowed us to replace the very deteriorated linoleum flooring and replace it with new tile, wainscoting, and a new toilet. And the last slide, I just want to highlight that we have been actively working on using ClearGov, which is a really cool tool that is located on our city website. I've also included a direct link in this slide, but the picture here shows you what the project page looks like. Essentially, each project has its own page. It has details on funding, expenditures to date, the kind of life of the project. There's a timeline that highlights all of the important project milestones. And you can subscribe to email updates for individual projects if there's one that's really piquing your interest. So members of the public, I would highly encourage you to take a look at that. So Joe and I are actively working on updating the information as best as we can following any action that's been taken on the project, and we will continue to do so. We will also be working with our finance department to update the finances for these individual projects so it's an accurate depiction of what's been expended to date. And I will stop my presentation there. I really thank you for your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Public comment on this? Welcome.
Pine Avenue, the thing's titled Crack and Slurry Seal. It's where they just moved the stop signs. So first of all, to put up a stop sign or move a stop sign, do anything like that, traffic control, you have to have what they call warrants. And tomorrow I'm going to be asking to see those warrants tomorrow during the day. Because if you don't have those, if you don't have the analytics, you don't have the need, you don't have all that stuff established in writing with studies, you can't move a stop sign or install a stop sign. So I guess we're not going to get the pictures. Okay, it's too hard going back 3 pictures for that to happen.
But you're talking about the
So
intersection.
yeah,
at,
so the
Pine
intersection,
Fountain.
so now you've moved it. So if you look at the picture, if you come down Fountain now, there is no stop sign for the people on Pine coming across Fountain. So what you have, and you can see it here, right there, is the first of many palm trees that line that road. So now when you come down Fountain and you look down Pine toward the police station, guess what you see? You don't see the other driver stop there looking at you. You see a bunch of palm trees and absolutely no traffic. So now you're going to get people coming down and you're going to get people having to edge out just to see if somebody's coming down Pine. Now, I've gone through that intersection 4 times a day for the past 12 years with my kids. And what has been done here makes the problems that were there before exasperated. And when I asked my brother, who used to be police chief of Pacific Grove and knows about all these things, he says that's about the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen done as far as traffic in Pacific Grove. He said to me, "Where's your police chief?" It's $1 million question. Where's our police chief? Where'd our police chief weigh in on this? 8 months. We're still waiting an explanation. I think tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we're supposed to get an explanation. We're all waiting for that. Because if we had a police chief that was competent and actually working, and I say competent, they wouldn't have allowed something like this. And just because a traffic engineer, remember, people aren't infallible here. So just even if the traffic engineer says, "Oh, I got a great idea, let's move the stop signs," there needs to be public input. And even if you go to the traffic commission, you're still looking at people that maybe don't have any kids, never have experienced that area. Certainly, I don't think a single one of them has a degree in traffic engineering. And so all of a sudden, one person decides we're going to change the configuration of a major artery where I've watched kids almost get hit. And I guarantee you with this configuration, they probably will.
Thank you. Well,
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm Kevin Hanley, Pacific Grove resident. Just 2 quick comments. My wife and I are love outdoor dining here in Pacific Grove, and just talking to some of the owners of some of these restaurants, they seem kind of unaware of what the big plan is. For instance, the wooden parklets that are constructed, they're constructed because the streets run downhill. And so they have to level it out for dining purposes. So I'm not sure what the plan is for the new concrete parklets on what to do about the sloping streets that we have a lot here in Pacific Grove. Second point is we're also avid walkers along our beautiful coast. And I didn't see anything in the presentation about fixing some of the eroding trails that are actually quite dangerous and thinning because of the big storm. So I'll be paying attention to future council meetings to see how you're working on repairing our beautiful coastal trails. Thank you very much.
thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening again, City Council. I rarely come, so I'll make the most of it. Yes, thank you for resurfacing the streets. I also ride a motorcycle and I'm so happy there's less potholes for my safety. So thank you very much. Regarding the parklets, I really much like dining outdoor. And there's one thing I don't understand is if the corner one goes for safety reason, especially with the new law with the 20 feet. So if this one goes, why can't Rodolfo and Wild Fish stay exactly at bar? Why does it have to be changed? It's going to cost money, and I don't see the advantage on it if it's not a safety issue anymore. So I'm just wondering, I dine there often and I appreciate it. Reminds me of other places. And it really, really, really changed that part of the town. Really, especially on weekends or at night. And it's a good job that's been done. I think it would be a pity to lose it and to change it to something much more sterile. And I don't see any problem with what we have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? There was a lot of great material presented. Your tax dollars at work. Did the city do a good job? Please, welcome.
Hi, my name is Beth Shamas. My one comment is on George Washington Park. And I go there often to see my grandchildren play baseball. And the ADA is really kind of non-existent there. And there is a parking for handicap, and there is a cutout, I believe, that takes you up into the dirt and then just more dirt. So there's really, it's very difficult if you had a wheelchair or if you had even a walker or any, so I'm just asking if that is some consideration going to be given to George Washington Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any virtual public comment?
No virtual public comment.
Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Hallaby, for the presentation. I always love the graphics. I'm a visual person. Can you bring up the Kraken slurry for Pine Street? It might already be up. My concern is I was out there today, I do have a child that goes to Rubber Down. And I have talked to some of the parents. A lot of the parents love that we have that stop sign. They're missing the additional stop sign that was removed. The photo you have here, I love the location of where the stop is, that's heading westbound. So you have an entire street width before you see the actual crosswalk. Now, when you look at the white line and the stop facing eastbound, there's 9 feet between that white line and the crosswalk. So if I was to put a first grader or second grader on that crosswalk in front of a vehicle, they would never see that child crossing the street because one, they're not very tall, and the height of the vehicle. And I'm not certain why they put that stop area facing eastbound so close to the crosswalk. And yet the one facing westbound is an entire block of 15th Street separation. While I was standing there for literally 5 minutes, 6 cars went through, 3 rolled right through it. And I think it's because they think it's a school district and the school's not in session. They were just rolling right through that stop sign. And I do have it on video. I did see a lady walking across the crosswalk, and she was heading south with her dog, and the gentleman heading westbound literally would not stop for her. And she got over to the corner by the school, and I said, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yes, I could barely make it across the crosswalk." So, and she's an adult. So a little concerning for me, and I'd like to know, I enjoy the traffic engineer. I've met with him several times, but I'm just curious why the location is so close to the crosswalk heading westbound.
Thank you, Councilmember Beck, for your question. We actually have Rich on the line.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he can Rich, I believe you're able to unmute yourself. Rich Dio is our traffic engineer, for those who are not familiar with him. And he can help kind of allude to the rationale and reasoning behind these changes.
Hi, Rich.
Yeah. Hi, Councilmember Beck. Great to talk to you again. So in the eastbound direction, which is shown to the right in that photo, that's kind of a standard location for a white limit line behind a crosswalk at a stop controlled intersection. And so that's a common place to see that. But what you noticed is a symptom of having a really wide street that's basically designed like an arterial street, but we're trying to make it act like a local street in front of a school. So it's a really challenging place to get people to, be courteous. And so the idea of this is to put all of the school markings and signs and everything close to that school zone between the boundaries of Robert Downs and confine all that to an area where it makes a lot of sense to the driver and to school kids crossing. So that's the idea behind it. What you will see though is at Fountain, because we got rid of the extra crosswalks, we're not having that uncertainty of missing the stop sign at Fountain and then having that crosswalk warning system just 200 feet away. Now, also remember that those stop signs that are out there right now at 15, those are going to they're going to be 48 inch, so they'll be bigger, and they'll have the red flashing LEDs on the perimeter. So they'll be much more active than what we had before. So that's essentially what we're trying to do is trying to pack in the best visual cues, the most efficient stopping and crossing, and a setting where drivers and pedestrians have a real clear idea of what's going to be happening and who goes and who doesn't go and everything like that on a really wide street.
Is there any chance, Rich, of moving the westbound line as we see it on the eastbound? So you have some separation, again, having that vehicle right up against that crosswalk and you have a small child crossing the street that may not have the crossing guard is very concerning. And I could not get my 8-year-old to stand in front of my car so I could measure it. But it was just very concerning because it was a slow day with traffic and yet to have 3 of them just roll through that. It was very disappointing to see, and I think our police department could certainly write several tickets right there. But my concern is more the safety for the children.
No, it's not a problem to move it back a little bit.
Pardon me?
It's not a problem to move that limit line back a little bit.
I would encourage staff to go out and take a look at it because I do like the separation on the eastbound side, just not coming on the westbound. I'm not favorable about taking the 4-way stop out. I have to say, even at Congress and Pine, the addition of that eliminated multiple accidents, and you're crossing 4 lanes. So you're trying to focus on kids crossing, on Fountain, and yet you're trying to get across 4 lanes at the same time. So and no wig-wag lights that we had talked about in the past. So I'm a little disappointed not to see those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing up the thing about the wigwag lights. It's funny because we've noticed that the one by Lover's Point almost no one uses. So you mentioned that they'll have the red flashing LED and that'll be integrated into the stop sign, right? So does that mean that will actually be more effective? I'm hoping that means it'll be more effective than with wigwag lights because it will be happening all the time, or is it, how is that activated?
Yeah, it will be activated all the time. So it'll always have that red flashing thing. So as you're approaching from blocks away, you'll know right away that's where you're stopping.
Okay, so it could be that it's just kind of the interim part of it where we don't have that implemented yet is causing, especially for people who are really used to the intersection, something's changed and everybody copes differently with change when it's not what you're expecting. It kind of throws people. So unfortunately, that's kind of normal. But I think the idea of the limit line may make sense too, moving it back and giving a little more distance for people to, if they don't realize, they'll have a little more time to realize before it potentially becomes a problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Clevy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staying in the same vein, Rich, can you explain or walk us through the process for abandoning the four-way stop at Fountain and Pine? We've heard about warrants. There obviously has to be some kind of analysis done to justify the elimination of those two stop signs. Can you walk us through that process?
So there's a process that's outlined in the METCD, and there's volume warrants for always stops, there's crash warrants for always stops, and then there's considerations for bikes, pedestrians, and schools. Now, the existing intersection at Fountain and Pine did not meet any of the volume or other warrants. It was just put in for those school crosswalks. We may have a warrant study that was done in the past. I haven't seen it. When we moved it, essentially it was the same thing, moving it to 15th to facilitate the school crosswalks. So there's not a specific warrant analysis done. We can do one as a follow-up to see, if it compares and what it's doing. There are a lot more school kids using the crosswalk at 15th than we're using the crosswalk at Fountain.
Yeah, and the council took action on this quite a while ago in recognition of improving safety improvements for Robert Down. My question really is, we abandoned a four-way stop at Fountain that had been there for decades and decades, and I just wanted to know what study was done, what analysis was done to justify the removal.
So we didn't do a
Because
specific traffic study for that. We just moved the stop location 1 block away to support the school crosswalk there instead of the ones at Fountain.
Okay.
And remember, the intersection at Fountain and Pine didn't meet any warrants. It doesn't meet volume warrants now. It doesn't meet crash warrants. There's nothing that says, oh gosh, we need this for orderly movement of traffic and positive assignment of right-of-way for the different movements. It was just there for the crosswalks.
Well, you say there's no warrants that justify those two stop signs, but
It won't
there they
meet
were.
warrants. That's what I'm trying to
It
say.
won't-
Yeah.
All right.
There's
So
not
you're
enough traffic
saying-
volume, and there's, the way that street is, there's just not enough crossing movement to justify an all-way stop.
So this was your call, basically.
Yep.
All right, got it. Question for Public Works. Are we on track to spend all our ARPA money by 12/31?
We are.
Okay, super. What is the status of the Lovers Point Pier? I mean, that's been on the back
Yes.
burner for a number of years.
Councilmember Coletti, we completed the plans for the interim repair, and that was the direction that was provided by council. The estimated cost for the interim repair is about 1.45 million. On the unfunded project list that was brought forward to city council at the last meeting, we recommended, or it's not on the recommended list, but it is on the unfunded list to provide 15 to 20% of that 1.45 million that would allow us to pursue grants. So without that, we aren't able to do much in terms of implementing. We have submitted for a CDP with our community development department, I believe in April. So we're waiting on formal approval of that, but without allocated funding to actually implement the short-term repair, there isn't much we can do. We're hoping that a 15 to 20% allocation might allow us to pursue grant funding to kind of bridge the gap and have some options. But again, that remains on the unfunded list currently.
Okay. Well, the CDP, what's the horizon on that? 6 months, maybe?
I do not know. I believe it is under review by our community development department. I did receive some questions. So I believe it's under review currently.
Do you have any idea of maybe any source for some grant funding to help that? I understand that we need to have some kind of not exactly matching funds, but we have to contribute something.
Correct.
So, but have you identified anyone that we might be able to apply to? And have there been preliminary conversations?
I believe there are funds through the Coastal Conservancy. We've had very, very high level initial conversations. They funded some of our other coastal projects. One of the big ones was our Pointy Coastal Trail project. So they're aware that there is a need there. And we've had very, very preliminary conversations.
That'd be great. They've been very generous in the past.
They absolutely have.
And speaking of coastal trail work, someone mentioned it in the audience. I think there actually is a ongoing project at Esplanade. Is that right?
So on the CIP, which is a part of the next item in the budget, and through your first review of the capital improvement plan, you did authorize for inclusion in the budget a project to address the narrowing trail, at Esplanade Park.
And then I guess one final question, and I guess this is maybe for the city manager as well. We're going to be kind of transitioning over to more of a city asset management plan. We've done an RFP for that. What's the timeline on getting that all ginned up so that we're kind of running our CIPs through that asset management?
Sure.
Actually, probably the best source on this one is also going to be staff. Sorry.
That's
So we did have our assessors on site last week. And so they've come on site, they've done all of their initial assessments of the facilities, and they are currently working on developing those asset management schedules and plans. So I anticipate having that in about a month or two. And then we will bring that forward to council and do a formal presentation on kind of what those reports say, what the kind of overarching need is, and how we plan to use that data, the database, the information that they provide to move forward in a more proactive manner as it relates to the CIP.
That's great. Good news. Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for all the visuals. Appreciate it. I had a couple of quick items. One of the callers mentioned that the GW Park playground was not ADA compliant. And I noticed that there is a ADA compliant playground, part of ARPA money already dedicated to it. So my interpretation is that it's in the works. Is that accurate?
Councilmember Peduri, the playground is in the works. You guys initialized the contract or initialized Public Works City Manager to enter into an agreement for that. I think what the caller was alluding to, and we've had a couple inquiries on this, is access to like the ball field from the street with an ADA component. So Public Works is going to be looking into maybe creating some sort of pathway that would meet those requirements down to the field. And I think that's what the caller was alluding to. And I've had a couple inquiries in the last week or so about that, not about the playground equipment, but the access to just the park in general. So we'll be looking into that, and that's something we could probably achieve under our operations budget.
Okay, fantastic. The other thing is, generally speaking, the city has a PC, like a payment condition index that we monitor. I think it would be useful for future purposes to actually provide some information on how the PCI is faring year over year. That just gives an indicator to everyone that we're making progress. Something to consider. But thank you.
I'll add, thank you very much for the report that's very clear and quickly understandable, well, to a high level at least. And so much appreciated. I wanted to ask about the dollars. So in the table, in this report, the amended budget amounts are assigned, and where do they fall in the next fiscal year budget? What doesn't get spent?
I'll pass that over.
What is it, the end of August, right? Won't be booked for this fiscal year, but those funds are sort of frozen for these projects for next fiscal year?
That is correct, Mayor. The funds are assigned to that particular project unless council chooses to defund them. So they would automatically roll into the next fiscal year and we would be requesting a budget amendment to change that appropriation and add it to the budget in the next year if they aren't expended by June 30th.
So if you help me understand, please. So the monies for these projects sort of, they're set aside. When we talk about the budget, we're not talking about this pot of money. We consider that spent money, really.
That
When-
that is correct. When we're looking at the budget, we're looking at new appropriations. Or if by some chance there is a project which has a defined second phase that was not funded, then we would be looking at those as new appropriations. These are all considered earmarked for funding and included as being used in the fund balance.
Okay, okay, great. And after all these years, I still wasn't clear on that one. So thank you very much. And looking forward to the asset management. I think we've called it facility assessment, we've called it facility assessment or asset management, different names, I think for the same thing, or am I confused on that as well?
Mr. Mayor, I believe you're correct. We've referred to it as a facility management plan and just that we're doing facility assessments, but ultimately it serves as like an asset management structure.
Okay, and the focus is on the main buildings, city hall, police, fire, youth center, I think.
And the Public
community-
Works Corporation yard.
Pardon?
And the Public Works Corporation yard.
And, okay, so that's, and then the community center, Chautauqua Hall, museum.
So Chautauqua Hall did have its own plan already completed, so that one is done, but the intention is that we would do the remaining facilities later, yes.
Those are later. Okay, well, thank you very much. It looks like wonderful progress and looking forward to seeing more progress in the future. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Joyce and Dan, for putting these projects together. And looking at the project list to actually get this completed, that's fantastic on your part and Public Works for working on these projects. It's not like one project, it's pages of projects, which is fantastic. And I know I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that's received the report, so no action. Next item is 11B, the budget. That's going to be a long one. Do we want to take a break first? Where's Miss Hannah? She left. I thought you'd left. I thought like I'm out of here. Do you want? I'm hearing take a break now. Is that okay? All right. All right. Let's come back at 7:50. That's enough time.
Recording stopped.
Yeah. Where's Tori? Where's Tori? Okay, we'll start as soon as Tori gets back. Okay. There she is.
Recording in progress.
Right, we'll now hear item 11B, fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm presenting this item tonight will be Miss Tori Hannah. Since this is her last presentation, she's promised this will be the best one she ever gave. So
And
I'm waiting for that.
Everyone, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members of the public, and I think everybody's promised to make it a very easy presentation for me in lieu of my leaving. Not really. I'd like to just thank everyone for the cupcakes and also to just say briefly how much I've enjoyed working for the city. It has truly been an honor. My stay as a CFO or director at other places were about 3 years before I wanted new challenges, but I've been here 6.5 because I really enjoy being at the city. I'm just trying to do the work-life balance thing and take a position that is really closer to home. So I will really miss it here. It's been a hard decision. It's been since December that I've been thinking about it. So I thank everyone, and it's really been an honor to serve. So with that, we have an ordinance to approve the fiscal year 24-25 operating and capital improvement budget and amending the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Sandra? Okay. Just to provide you an update of where we are in relation to the budget, we received a mid-year financial update in February and followed that by a 5-year forecast and a budget workshop. And we'll be revisiting the 5-year forecast just to show you how that looks once we've updated it for more stronger numbers for fiscal year 24-25. Received the proposed fiscal year 23-24 capital 24-25 capital improvement plan. And then tonight, we're at the first reading of an ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 budget with a second reading on June 19th. Also note, typically around this time, we would have been adopting the master fee schedule. Right now, we have a consultant working on a fee study for us to assist us with cost recovery. And we've completed the cost allocation plan portion as well as the development impact fee section. The fee study is almost complete. We just have some follow-up questions in relation to the community development fees, especially since we have a new director on staff. And to give you an idea at a very high level of the budget, in looking at the adopted budget last year, we came in with projecting a $14 million ending fund balance. And looking at the estimated, we're now coming in at 13.6. But a couple of things to note, the revenues have been adjusted primarily due to increases in tax revenues that we've seen throughout the year. And then also in expenses, we had about $874,000 in carry forwards. Plus we added money to the housing element, which increased the operating budget line item. So when you look at the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget, you'll see an increase of about $724,000. And we'll go into details on that in later part of the presentation. So the fiscal year 24-25 budget, when we look at the estimated ending fund balance, we always check to see if we meet our reserve requirements. And then looking at the city's reserve requirements, we are planning to end the year with $12.59 million. And if we look at our reserve requirements, it requires us to have 11.311. So that means that we have $1.3 million available to us that's above the reserve target. So while that looks like it's monies that could be used for other things, if we look out into the forecast, we might see some items that money might be spent on in the future, such as potentially the second phase of the general plan, which is projected to be about $1 million. The budget focuses on council priority areas. And just to give some updates, some of these things were added in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, which included 2.75 regular positions for the recreation department. And at mid-year, we also increased the recreation seasonal salary budget. Those numbers that you see that's attributed to those two items are continued funding in 24-25. That establishes the baseline for going forward. Also, the asset management and prioritization study was originally budgeted at $150,000. When the proposals came in, it came in at a lower amount, and we're retaining $50,000 in the budget for that. And the other $100,000 through the budget amendment, we're trying to proposing routing towards the liability and the workers' comp fund for potential overages to assist with fund balance requirements. The climate action and adaptation plan as well is something that we're moving into the next year. And continuing with environmental stewardship, the planting and maintenance of trees, the part-time forestry worker is going to be continued funding. And also there's tree, soil supplement and related supplies next year at $70,000. And the CSL is now a regular position as continued funding. And the housing element, which was funded fully last in this fiscal year, is going to be continued funding into the next year. One of the things that came up at the budget workshop is the paramedic program through the fire department. And the fiscal year 24-25 budget includes these items within the fire department budget, as well as in the fire equipment fund to purchase the initial equipment required for the program. Additional general fund items, just at a high note, high-level tax receipts are anticipated to increase by about $793,000. We did budget another partial year of cannabis revenues at $100,000. And one thing to note is from a major development, we're anticipating $600,000 in revenues to come in. And the corresponding building fees that go along with some of those revenues may not be realized until the next year. So while we're collecting $600,000, some of the expenditures relating to the planning and building costs may not take place until the following year. We have $850,000 that we're transferring to the CIP fund, and of that, approximately $147,000 is unallocated. We also have capital outlay purchases of $505,000. And another item that's contributing to the increase is the general fund share of the pension liability, which is $552,000. The estimated cost of the COLAs that have been in the agreements for the non-safety employee groups is estimated to be $277,000. And a placeholder for a similar package has been placed in the budget for the Police Officers Association. There were proposed additional positions of 1.75 positions. $114,000 of that is in the general fund. The remaining $72,000 is charged out to other funds. A description of those positions is included within the agenda packet. And one position is an addition of a management analyst in the community development department. That position would assist with grant writing as well as grant administration as well as other duties. The grant assistance is something that came up at the budget workshop. And there's also an administrative assistant, a half-time position within the Public Works Department to help with infrastructure administrative duties and thus relieving some of the staff, the higher level staff, from working on some of the more administrative tasks. It also includes a quarter of a position for a Deputy Director of Finance That position was originally budgeted at a full-time position, but when that person occupying the position requested that it be made to 3/4 time, we reduced it. So now we're trying to restore that position to full-time to assist with recruitments. There was also some discussion in the budget workshop of an increased EDC contribution. And in reviewing that with the interim city manager, it was decided to increase that budget to $50,000. That has been also included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. General fund revenues are at 33.4 million, the largest share being taxes. Just on a side note, we talked about a fee study. Those items that could be impacted with increased revenues as a result of the fee study could include the categories for charges for services and license and permits and impact fees. Fines and forfeitures could also change. However, they might not necessarily be driven based on cost recovery. And interest rates and concessions are typically based on market value or the market rate of interest. Within your budget packet, there's an overview of these the revenues listed. And I won't go too much into the property tax, TOT, and sales tax because we do have some charts on those. Those are considered our core revenue sources for the city. They account for over 80% of our revenues. Just going over some of those that have that are projected to have some differences includes cannabis. If you recall, we had it included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. However, staff is still working on the regulatory framework, so that has been moved for a partial year into fiscal year 24-25. The intergovernmental revenues primarily reflect grant receipts. We have a higher number of grant receipts in this fiscal year, primarily due to getting reimbursement from FEMA. And we may be adding some additional FEMA accruals for these winter storms to that amount. Next year, based on other grant revenues that are specific to the general fund, we believe is going to be about 61,000. Within the charges for service category, it has increased by about 138,000, and that does include about $180,000 attributed to the additional one-time planning fees. The other revenues include some of the proceeds from promissory notes for water entitlements, and they will have a corresponding expenditure offset that will be transferred to the local water project. So that will be a one-to-one relationship on those. Just for note on property tax trends, over the past few years, we've been seeing some significant increases in property tax. In some years, it's been as high as 8.8% increase or 7.3% increase. We're projecting closer to a 4.2% increase, which aligns more with what the county has projected. And just to give some background information, on average, looking at the last 5 years, we received just over 6%. So we feel like that is conservative but reasonable for the 24-25 budget. Transient occupancy tax. Looking at this historical slide, you can see that TOT was the one that took the greatest hit from COVID-19. And you can see it's rebounded fairly well. And looking out into the next fiscal year, we're projecting an increase of about 2.5%, which is relatively similar to what we're seeing in this fiscal year. Sales tax trends, you can see by looking at this chart from fiscal year 21-22 to fiscal year 22-23, the change that 3/4 of the year of Measure A revenues brought in, we moved from 4.5 million to 5.6, and then again increased to $6 million in this fiscal year, primarily due to having a full year of Measure A revenues. In looking on the fiscal year 24-25 estimates, we looked at our current trends as well as worked with our consultant HDL, and it doesn't look like there's much movement projected in the next fiscal year, So we went ahead and used their number and a conservative estimate for fiscal year 24-25. So we received a request to look at general fund expenditures by department and category. And so the largest just expenditures come from the police, public safety side, and fire, and public works being the next greatest budget within the city. Our largest share of expenses are salaries, and if you look at salaries and unfunded liability and the unfunded liability cost, that's 52% of the expenditures. For our next major category is services and supplies. Within your agenda packet, you have a listing of the details that's associated with services supplies. So you could look at some of the information that's unique to those categories. Just focusing on some of the departments where there are some significant changes. In the city manager's office, there was an overlap. You'll recall that there was a cash out of the former city manager, and then we also had interim city manager salaries within that line item, as well as an interim city clerk for part of the year. So those have contributed some of the higher amounts in fiscal year 23-24, as opposed to what is projected in 24-25. In community development, some of the changes, the largest changes in the prior year, which is 23-24, is we had the housing element contract, and that contributed to the greatest difference. The police department, you'll see that it's going up by $815,000. But looking at that in relation to the 23-24 budget, there were several significant vacancies within the department. There was about $363,000 when we look at the position differences, and one of those was commander position for a major part of the year. And when we look at part of the other changes is because they get a larger share of the pension unfunded liability allocated to them. That payment of $212 is applied to the police department budget. We also have the COLAs, but then there's also some funds set aside for an interim police chief coverage for part of the year. The fire department increase is largely due to increased contract costs, as well as $120,000 in unfunded pension liabilities. And looking at the recreation department, part of the variance there is when we went to amend the budget at mid-year, we added close to $146,000 in additional salaries for seasonal employees. But what we did not have at that time was some of the filled positions. So we didn't see the full impact at that particular point. So the department is going up by about $235,000, and that does include their share of an unfunded liability. And as the department grows, they actually take a larger share of internal service fund allocations as well. Capital outlay and projects we'll look at on a separate slide, as well as what the transfers reflect primarily is charges to supplement the 911 Emergency Services Fund, as well as some of the transfers associated with promissory note proceeds that's going to the local water project. Position overview. In this last year, when you look at the years between the 2 years, we've added a 0.25 librarian when you look at the difference between the adopted 23-24 and the amended 23-24. And in fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23, that's when we start seeing the ramp up of the recreation program and also addition of staffing in the lighthouse. And we also had a quarter of an IT specialist added during that period. And we've talked about the increase between 23 and 24 and 24-25 with the proposed 1.75 additional positions. So when we talk about the forecast, we we need to look at it as not being a budget. It just reveals revenues and expenditures over time and tries to capture some milestones to give us an idea of what some of the decisions and the magnitude of some of the decisions could be. It does not include any items that could include like a recession, a natural disaster. It assumes things are going on pretty much at a steady rate. It should be reviewed as a work in progress. If you recall, we updated this at the budget workshop, and this update reflects the mid-year numbers. The mid-year number, this is actually going to be built on the mid-year numbers where the prior workshop was built. I mean, the prior forecast was built on numbers that was included in the proposed budget. And some of the changes that have taken place between that period includes the fiscal year 24-25 budget includes a greater amount of capital outlay. If you recall, when that first forecast was given, we used a minimum $500,000. And now that number, including CIP and outlay, is greater by $894,000 than it was in the projection, as well as we did not anticipate the fire contract cost to be as much. So those are some of the two key drivers for the changes, as well as increased revenues. So looking at the forecast, the green line represents revenues and the blue line represents, the blue bars represent expenditures. You can see in fiscal year 23, 24, and 24, 25, the green line is lower than the bar, and that's primarily because of drawdowns for capital assets and for one-time expenditures. We know we have sufficient fund balance, and we chose to use those, and so we are coming in, we are drawing down some monies. In the outlying years, we're very close to revenues matching expenditures. However, there are some variances. And those variances are primarily related to the capital purchases. Just to look at this, is a lot of numbers, but some people like to see more of the information that's associated with a projection. But a couple of things. One of the things that we've built into this forecast is the general plan, the second phase of the general plan and housing element. So you'll see a line item there for $1 million spread out over fiscal year 25, 26 to 28, 29. So this takes into consideration that additional expenditure. And it also includes, outside of this fiscal year, $500,000, which is the base amount of capital transfers and just the base capital outlay amount. So what it looks like at the end of fiscal year 28, 29, at the 5-year period, there would be $11.3 million in estimated ending fund balance. And while that's a little below reserve levels, just below that, we'll see the reserve levels calculated at 12.5 million. Part of that is it doesn't start happening until the 27, 28, 28, 29 years. And a lot can happen between now and then that could make changes. Again, this is just to give us an idea of what could be hanging out there in the future. And we don't actually even go into it very much into the reserve levels until 27, 28, and that's only close to $50,000. So another item that's on the horizon is that while we may be going into that, there is in 29, 2030, outside of this forecast period, the pension obligation bond expiring. So that's, if you look at the top layer, the 1.7 million, you'll see that that is going away in 29-30. We make our last pension obligation bond, so that will be another infusion of cash that we have. Some information on capital outlay within the budget, page 168 to 170. You'll see some descriptions of various information technology items that were identified in the high availability assessment. These were ones that were listed as the highest priority and were also reviewed with the interim as well as the new city manager. A police department door access upgrade. Their current system does not allow them to make changes to some of the card keying, and it's also reached its end of life. Patrol vehicle and outfitting, some tasers, body worn cameras, and light poles, and a description of those items are on 168 to 170. And then we've also included a used heart monitor for the paramedic program and fire mobile data computers from the fire equipment fund. A list of projects, I won't go into all of these. They were included within the CIP presentation, but also noting that the pedestrian safety at Central and Fountain includes a capital contribution of $67,500. Something new for this fiscal year is that in looking at our financial statements and becoming more involved in the golf course lease, when we're looking at what should be considered part of a city asset, we should be carrying the golf course improvements that are part of the lease agreement as a city asset. And so we'll be adding these to the CIP. However, they will be externally managed and part of a trust fund. But now we're identifying specifically in the budget where our monies are going and what it's purchasing. Internal service funds, those are employee benefits, our liability and workers' comp funds. We had a question on the employee benefits and workers' comp funds, and those funds are established. The revenues are established each year to meet the expenditure requirements for those funds or fund balance requirements. The workers' comp and liability fund, which have fund balance requirements, the fund balance that's associated with it meets those requirements. In relation to the enterprise funds, all of our enterprise funds, with the exception of the local water project, is projected to have an positive available fund balance. And I just want to note that while the local water project is set aside to have a negative fund balance of about $29,000, that is very minimal in comparison to the $300,000 operating deficits that we've been seeing in years. And because of the seasonal nature of some of the revenue streams, we were going to see how the actual revenues came in before actually modifying the budget. We're also having the fee study, which will incorporate what appears now to be an increase in the water rates. So that itself may rectify that negative $29,000 amount. Some additional considerations, the allocation of the unprogrammed CIP funds that is available now, or it can be available as was presented in the CIP presentation when the facility assessment report comes in, or when the additional proposal comes in for the estimate on the Parklet project. Something that was brought up at the workshop was an additional PERS contributions or set aside. One thing to remember when looking at considerations is the city's budget and financial policy, that operating revenues should be sufficient to cover ongoing expenditures. Even when looking out at the 5-year forecast, the operating revenues are sufficient to cover the operating expenditures, and the reserves may be used for operations with council approval. And there's a lot of factors out there that could change, including, as we're seeing, a slowing or stabilizing economy. Opportunities could include cannabis revenues coming in higher than projected, and of course, the new hotels. The new hotels have not been included in the multi-year forecast. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Public comment? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi again. I'm Harriet Reese, and I am a neutral observer. One thing I observe in this budget is that you're not accounting for the intense impact on the budget there could be from legal action in an item I saw on the agenda, which kind of shocked me, about removing a member of the Economic Development Committee. So when you look at I don't know if you can hear me very well. You can't hear me. So you can anticipate, and the city attorney, I think, will agree with me, that the costs for your legal department are going to go up substantially if you take that action. And I can comment further in the next item, but I believe there are two other really important costs on that item. Legal liability costs are going to go up. And if the city attorney hasn't mentioned that to you, that could possibly be a conflict of interest. I don't know how you pay your city attorney, whether it's based on hourly or what. Sorry about my voice, but I have asthma, so that's why I wear a mask. The other two major costs of that item are the opportunity costs of all of your time and attention that are going to go to that, and the legal action that will ensue if that action occurs. Third, you are going to have degradation of civic involvement based on citizen intimidation. Lack of confidence in this body being nonpartisan is critically important if you take that action. So I would say, instead of doing that, focus on your revenue side of the budget. The revenue side of your budget is highly impacted by the fact that you have all these empty businesses. Do a survey. Instead of talking about who's on the Economic Development Committee, and that brings up also First Amendment issues that will definitely be litigated. Tell me what will happen to your revenues if you get solid businesses into every one of those empty storefronts. Not to mention, so many of our storefronts are filled with secondhand stores. They're not bringing you a lot of revenue. So our economic strength that you see on Main Street here,
Thank you.
on Lighthouse,
Your time is up.
is sapping your budget, and you need to address that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak about the budget? Welcome.
Sally Moore, and I'm concerned about a city arborist. I know that you had talked about this with your environmental goals and talked about having a full-time arborist, and I think you need to consider that as part of your budget. I know that there was an RFQ for a part-time arborist that ended yesterday, and that would be for a 2-year contract. So there's a little bit of conflict, and I think maybe that should be put on hold. But we could afford an arborist who would be able to do planning and perhaps check into grants and do more reports that have been lacking. So if you'll please consider a full-time forester. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The budget is arguably the most important document and action that your city government takes every year. Glad to hear your input. This is an excellent time. No. Excellent. Welcome. Former Mayor Garcia.
Okay, thank you so much. Carmen Garcia, resident of Pacific Grove. Okay, so let's get that new fence built in the Monarch Sanctuary. That's a big deal. We need it. Consider all the tourists that go and visit that sanctuary. Let's get us a real full-time traffic engineer. I think it's very much needed, especially with the revisions of the parklets that are going to be occurring, changes to our street structure and what have you. I think it's a very well-deserved consideration to be taken. And I agree about the arborist. You know, our trees here and Washington Park, I think no one would argue how special and how precious it is to preserve that particular part of our nature here. Again, it's another big tourist attraction, so we should take very good care of it. So That's it. That's my wish list. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Since you encouraged me, Mr. Mayor, I came up here with a few comments. One thing to consider for the future, not now, is exploring, and a lot of cities have done this, it's called a performance-based budget. And what that does, instead of just looking at the increased costs for salaries and various expenses, is what you do is you measure your outcomes for the city. So I did this when I was mayor of Auburn. We put in place a performance-based budget. So you can see how, square footage of the streets that you paved or the square footage of the sidewalks that you repaired. So you can see year by year what you're actually getting for your money instead of just looking at the costs and comparing the costs year by year. And what it really does when you have a performance-based budget is you get everybody thinking, the staff, council members, the community, how can we do more for the money that we have? How can we achieve? Do we need more grants? Do we need more volunteers? Other kind of staffing? So this is something for you to look at. I think the city of Sunnyvale, we did it in Auburn. It's something for your future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any virtual public comment?
Yes, sir. 2 callers. Marcia?
Thank you. Good evening, all. I would agree with the other constituents who mentioned Monarch Butterfly Sanctuary, the need for a fence, and I would say also perhaps cameras because of the fire that happened there. And luckily enough, it was caught in time. And it is really a city treasure. There's a new director at the museum, and I believe the museum has some authority over the sanctuary, or at least on their website. They seem very interested in it. So perhaps the city manager can contact the new director and see, what measures can be cooperative. We are paying a good sum of money to the museum. Now, I will point out, as you noticed, the $500,000 increase in pension liability. That's per year. That's worrisome. With regards to the EDC's discretionary budget, I guess Ms. Hannah mentioned that there's it's up to $50,000 right now. I'm not sure if I really support that. Last year, there was some controversy about how the $20,000 was given out to what amounted to, I guess you could say, not meritorious businesses, but rather to maybe other reasons. And so I'm not crazy about increasing their discretionary budget. And also I mentioned HDL. I hope that contract will be ended. I've seen them at their input at EDC meetings, and it's been sort of underwhelming. The recreation department, I would like to see if, how the extra staff expanded the programs. It would be nice to get a report. And the finance department, 3/4 time, I think I'd leave it at that, actually. A lot of this financial data is automated, plug and play kind of things. And maybe the city manager can look into that. And please, visibility. Yes, I'd like more of that. Thank you.
Lawrence and Dimer?
Thank you, Sandra. I'd like to make a plug for the fence in the Monarch Sanctuary too, and I would like to question why this talk of arborist when I thought that, well, with the interim city manager, that we were going to move for a forester because we need a forester if we're ever going to protect our tree canopies and get our trees in place. I mean, we are losing them every day and we need a forester. And I thought, the council was moving towards that. Well, I'd like to make sure that you continue to move towards a forester. And well, I can't think of the other, but oh, I know, the EDC and the 50,000. Yeah, how was that discussed? I know the EDC wanted it, but who authorized that? I don't remember the council saying that was good. So I wondered how that happened. Thank you.
No further callers online, Mayor.
All right, council on discussion on this item. Looks like Councilmember Beck's ready.
And thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Tori, for the presentation and the report. And we're going to have to find some big shoes to fill when you leave. So we will miss you. I don't have much in the way. I know some of the questions were already answered by our city manager because we did have questions from council that were submitted and we did get some answers. And I think some of the council members will go over those. And I agree with, the callers and the speakers here in public as well. When I look at the amount and our revenue and our increase in property taxes and TOT and sales taxes, I say thank you to everybody who lives in our, in our community and the folks who shop here and the sales tax, the people who visit here. Looks like the majority of TOT is coming from commercial, which is interesting as well. But again, I think our residents, whether they're paying taxes or they have rentals that they're paying taxes on. So, and that continues to increase. So I say kudos to them. And, but I have no more further questions at this point. I think it was a very thorough report. Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. Tori, well done with the last presentation. We'll all miss you. Thank you. I had like two questions really. So a couple of years, or maybe I'm off with the years, but we actually allocated some funds for a new fire truck. Do you know where the status of that fire truck is?
I have, Councilmember Peduri, I have not checked recently, but I believe we have almost another year. I think it would be this next fiscal year when it would come in.
So it's at the same budgeted. I mean, so we purchased it. It's going to come in at the same amount.
Yes, it is pre-purchased, so the amount, there should be no additional charges.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then just had a question. So when reviewing slide number 25, which talked about kind of expenditures by, I would say, departments, the city attorney in 22-23 was about $500,000. It was last year was about 1.2 million, and then it's forecasted for 1.2 million next year too. So is that going forward, is that the average projection that was used, 1.2 million per year for all the years moving forward?
Councilmember Peduri, we did discount it in some of the outlying years, knowing that there was some litigation by a couple $100,000, but that was just an estimate. We did it next fiscal year based on what we worked on with the city attorney. So he provided some insight into what he thought he would need for this next fiscal year.
Okay, and that while it's read city attorney, does that include city attorney and all external attorneys that we engage for any matters? Is that accurate?
I would say that budget, what that includes is the city attorney's budget, and the city attorney the city, specialized legal services that he may procure. There might be some unique legal services such as those that might be related to HR with an investigation or some employment advice where they seek some specialized services, the department seeks specialized services outside of that. Typically, those dollars are not that significant. However, the majority of the legal costs are within the city attorney budget. If I would have to guess how much else is within the budget, there is some money, I believe, in CDD for legal services and community development as well. And they may consult, just with like BB&K or someone on some projects that come up.
Okay, all right. That was my extent of my questions as far as the budget itself is concerned. And like everybody else, I probably have a wish list too, but I just wanted to mention that from an infrastructure perspective, we do have some priority projects that we're working on, like the stormwater kind of infrastructure that we're developing on Del Monte. We've kind of, I believe we're at a phase where if we fund the rest of the stormwater kind of projects for the future, it'll be done in one single swoop rather than delaying it. So maybe if the extra 300,000 or so that it requires, I'm for it. Now, the other thing too, from an unfunded project list, the pedestrian on Sunset Avenue to Asilomar, by Fishwife to Asilomar, there was a desire to have a pedestrian walkway. That to me poses a severe safety issue because I see people walking on the road all the time when cars are parked. So I'll be supportive of that project too if I find other council members in support. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Tori. I just wanted to thank you again for all the financial awards you've received from the state of California and the county for the past, I would say, would you say 5 years? You've received awards all the time.
5, 6 years.
Yeah, I wanted to compliment you and your what you've been doing. And I just have, is this the time to try to add something to the budget?
Councilmember Emilio, if you would like to make some changes and the council were to want to incorporate them into the budget, we can make that change.
Yeah, I'm just going to make I mean, first of all, I went through the budget and I really appreciate what you did for the budget. I don't have a lot of questions on it. I do have one comment. There were approximately $1.3 million above the reserve. Is that right, Corey?
That is correct.
Okay, and then I know this is a question I'd asked you earlier, but we have 147.5 in unprogrammed funds in the CIP budget.
That is correct.
I think since we've had so much input on the skateboard park, I would like to recommend 135,000 toward future earmarked money for a future skate park. I have no idea where it could be at, but I know we've had plenty of them, comments on it, and that's where my comment is.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's excellent, as always. We're gonna miss you. Tori, I'm just looking at this. We have a lot of positive markers here, as far as taxes and collections and as well as our reserves being met. So I'm just really pleased with the fiscal health of the city. I think it's a very fiscally healthy city right now, and that is a great thing. So, I think up here, I'm trying to protect that and make sure that that continues. I see that as a major responsibility. It's great to see these charts, the way that they're drawn out, and you can kind of see the various things that we spend on. And then the way that you have the differences drawn out and things like that. So, great job again. And I'm supportive of this budget as proposed. And, we seem to be moving a lot of different things forward. I certainly have a number of projects that I would want to see go forward. But, you know, some of them probably won't, or maybe folks will carry it on, you know, beyond the time that I'll be up here and get some of these things done. But, you know, we all have that, but I appreciate it and I'm supportive of the budget. Thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. And as everybody has said, thank you so much, Tori, for all of the great work on this and throughout your years here. So thank you guys also for answering questions we had just for clarification, so we know kind of where we stand. And is now the time that we should be discussing projects that we want to see utilizing the unallocated funds?
Make your pitch.
Okay. um, so let's see here. I'm trying to go back to, there were some questions I had asked ahead of time. And so I just wanted to make sure, because I've noticed that there were some potential funds. So we did have some in a Cal Home fund that we're trying to figure out how we could use for affordable housing. And I think the mayor may speak about affordable housing as well, but I just want to make sure that we kind of don't drop looking at what we're going to do for affordable housing and support for homeless services. Since we don't have a shelter here in Pacific Grove, I think the more we can do to do that. I did notice the Cal Home Fund seems to be for home ownership for low income and very low income. So I just would like to propose that we look into what it would take to start making that happen, because I know that's probably a project that would take some time. I don't know if it's something where you could utilize existing stock and help with grants to put people in, but I would just like to kind of flag that as something that I'd like to see us pursue, knowing that, you know, we have people in our community who may be struggling with affordability access to housing. So I guess there's two things, and well, I guess a third now, thanks to the public comment. So I would agree also the importance of kind of shifting our focus from an arborist who focuses on kind of more the individual trees and often more removal of trees than anything else, to a forester. Since we as a community and as part of the peninsula have what I always consider to be, we have this like jewel of a city. And we have not only kind of an obligation to protect it, and part of our climate action requires us having a really healthy tree canopy, but it serves other purposes too. It's for our own health. Research continually shows that having access to nature is incredibly important for health. It's one of our biggest tourist draws. So anything that we're doing to support the health of that actually supports our revenue, our TOT, our sales tax, and actually also our property tax, because it makes it a more desirable place to live. And actually having a healthy forest helps with wildfire suppression. So I think that having somebody with that bigger picture view that a forester would generally have would be really beneficial, because they can take that big picture, find out where we can best allocate our resources to kind of achieve all of these important goals of our community. And we always hear that the arborist doesn't have enough time in a part-time position to cover all the needs of even dealing with the trees that need to be removed. So then we kind of never have a really comprehensive picture of how to actually manage the forest and our tree canopy in general. So I think that that's a really important thing to make sure we're allocating for, and whether that comes out of currently funded for arborist and tree services. I know we'll still need tree services, obviously, to remove trees, because obviously trees do age out and need to be removed. But the really important thing that I'm glad we're seeing, and thank you for the reports too, that the trees are being planted. But I think doing that in a methodical way where they're cared for, I really appreciate that we have the plans now to actually water the trees when they're planted to ensure the health and the growth. But as more trees are becoming unhealthy and needing to be removed, I think having the next round, kind of like with humans, we need the next round coming up to replace us, as you know, we're not the ones kind of running the society, or so just really making sure that we don't have a future without trees because we haven't managed that resource well, because it really is a really important part of our resources, is the way I see it. So I think that if that's not already in the budget, I'm not sure exactly where we would allocate that. That would be important. Several people mentioned the fence in the Monarch Sanctuary. And I know during the CIP projects, we had some discussion about it. And I know I voiced then the concern that there are potential liability issues, because no matter how much you tell children not to swing on the ropes and not to go under them and get access, that happens. And so I think the importance of that serves not only not only a protection of the nature aspect, but it also protects us from liability. So I'm always wanting to look at things where we can spend maybe smaller amounts of money to protect us from liability down the road. So we have safety and liability tied up in one. So I think that would be an important and maybe not terribly expensive. That was an interesting idea to propose. I know the museum helps manage some of the programs there. I don't know if they have budget to help with that, but also just wondering if there are any of our other of our funds that maybe still have extra ending balances that could be applied to. I would definitely support that. And then, of course, just completing or continuing, I should say, with the sidewalk dining extension. We've already kind of identified that through multiple meetings as being important to ensure that we have the safety there and just really providing it as an asset to our city. It's a way of improving things for the entire community. It's a way of improving things to draw business for tourists as well and for our residents. And I know that staff is working on the plans that go with that. So the idea is not for this to be a very plain and sterile place. It actually would have the options to have personality. So we're looking at all those amenities that would help make that a really inviting place for people to be that is safe. It addresses safety concerns, addresses drainage concerns, fix some of the drainage issues for the road as well. So the project as a whole is a really good way of us investing in our infrastructure as a city, but also in the walkable city. So it sort of addresses the walkable streets as well, because currently that's a really dicey corner to navigate. And so this just addresses a lot of those needs. And so it also sets us on the way to kind of future development for the downtown area, for really making it an area where everybody can enjoy it. It draws people, and the citizens and the tourists alike can really enjoy it. Thank you.
Councilmember Cleddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Tori. I'll miss your budget presentations. I think they've been very good. And I think as we go forward, perhaps we can start looking at these things earlier. Maybe start getting, it's because it's very difficult to amend the budget when you're already approving it in June. So going forward, it would be good to have budget workshops. We did have a budget workshop in February, which was excellent. We kind of got some ideas on the table. One of the ideas was that we do hire a forester, or not really hire it, but transition from using an arborist to using a forester to manage our urban forest. The arborist kind of shows up at the end of life, when you're ready to cut down the tree. The forester's there really to promote the survival, the flourishing of the urban canopy. And I think that is something that was identified not only by council at the budget workshop, but our past interim city manager, Bob Peralt, made a recommendation that we pursue that as well. So I think that's something we'd like to bring forward. Probably is going to happen. I know we've got a few things that are still pending. And in fact, in the table of contents of the current budget, there are a few things pending. Can you speak to those, Tori, or when would we? Well, you presented a forecast. Was that a repeat of what we saw at the budget workshop, or are those new numbers?
This is the revision that will be in the budget, depending on if council makes any changes, we would modify that forecast to incorporate those items.
Super. Okay, that's great. One thing, we are not going to be using HDL for economic development. Is that correct? That contract is not, I did not see it in the services attachment to the agenda. Yeah.
For economic development, it is not in the economic development budget. There is a line item for services, but the city manager would be selecting who he would want to use.
Gotcha. Okay, but we still are using HDL for doing sales tax, business license tax, and monitoring, et cetera, correct?
We will be bringing a contract forward for 1 more year on that.
Okay, well, Mr. Peralt when he did leave, our interim city manager, when he did leave, he did have a kind of set of recommendations, from his perspective, obviously. And there were 2 staffing positions, the forester position, which I advocate for. And again, we're already spending approximately $100,000 for an arborist for half time. And that contract or that agreement's going to be coming to an end at the end of the month. So it's a logical time to be thinking about how we're going to transition perhaps from an arborist to a forester.
we're already paying that money already, so it's not considered new money, I wouldn't think. But one of the recommendations Mr. Peralta also made was to hire a civil engineer to work within Public Works. That's probably a longer, maybe perhaps a lead item, but we amend our budget throughout the year. We're going to be amending this budget as well. I would like to see some consideration given to bringing on a civil engineer within Public Works. We've got a lot of projects, and I think we are really good at thinking about new projects. We're not so good at maybe maintaining our current assets. And I would like to see perhaps a little more focus on that. And I think having our own civil engineer on board will help that as far as just your baseline maintenance of our current assets. I am very supportive, obviously, of doing the sidewalk extension at the corner of Fountain and Lighthouse. That is going to be coming forward at our next meeting. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss that. But overall, I think, you know, the trends look great. The property tax revenue is insane. And get a chord there. Although some of you are Prop 13ers out there, so come on. All right. Could always be worse, but I think most of that growth actually is in turning over new property sales, obviously. So you get new assessments, you get the property tax increases. But our TOT in commercial sectors looks strong, where we're still maintaining pretty much the same level from residential TOT, you know, your Airbnb. So we're not seeing a lot of growth there. And those values, 1.2 million, is exactly what was predicted back in 2018 through Measure M. So that's good to see too. I guess the buck kind of stops here with council on the budget, but budgeting for staff is part of that, and determining what job positions will be allocated is part of that. So I'm going to really pitch for the forester position and also the civil engineer within Public Works. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll add my thanks to Ms. Hannah for all your years of service, and as this the budgets and presentations just getting better and better every year. So thank you so much. Big shoes to fill, I think I heard. I concur with that. I think this shows, with one exception, this shows that the city has been in good financial shape for a number of years. I remember voting on the 35% reserves, and I thought that was pretty high at the time, but having gone through COVID and weathered the storm, it seems like that was good. And the fact that staff focuses on, look, this 35%, council, don't touch this money. You can work with that money that's above the reserves. I think that's a great fiscally conservative philosophy. I like the trends in income and taxes, and yes, the city's beneficiary of higher home prices, translating into higher property taxes. No mystery about that. Just an observation on the TOT. It looks like we've almost flattened out on short-term rentals. Is that your observation?
Mayor Peak, it looks like we've had 1.2 million in fiscal year 2021, 22, 1.1 in 22, 23, and we're projecting again 1.2 in this fiscal year. So it's been relatively stable around that amount.
And I assume that's just observing the number of people that are applying for licenses. It's not going up, not going down.
Not by any significant amount. It does vary a little bit.
Yeah. So I think know, our finances are prudent and as this excellent budget has demonstrated, cautiously optimistic on the forecast. I like it going that way. Much easier to spend more money in the future when you discover it, as opposed to the opposite situation, having to tighten your belt. So I like that. I'll speak to that in a moment. The only the cloud I'd mentioned, of course, is we have a large unfunded actuarial liability, pension liability. No surprise, that's come up. I want to just confirm with you. I'm looking at the let's see, at the budget page. Is it the budget page 65? It looks like the unfunded actuarial, whoops, I just lost it. The payment for fiscal year 24-25 towards the UAL is what, 440,000? Right.
At the 24-25, the full payment for the unfunded liability is about 4.5 million.
4.5 million. Sorry, my computer's not cooperating. And initially I thought, well, we need to be kicking in more money, but we're already paying, making a large payment for fiscal year 24-25. And that is the payment that is requested, demanded by CalPERS, right? So we don't really have a choice.
That is correct. That payment is defined for this fiscal year.
Okay. Going forward, as you pointed out, when we pay off the pension obligation bond, the remaining one in 2029, I think that's an opportunity to take some of that savings, right? And put that aside in some way, whether that's a Section 115 trust or a prepayment to CalPERS. And then also future years, I think a good fraction of the TOT from hotels should go towards the increase in hotel rooms, and TOT should go towards paying off that unfunded actuarial liability. I think that would make a lot of sense. Better to, put it aside right away before we even spend it. Yeah, it's just a thought for the future. I'm glad that you didn't include new hotel revenue in your forecast. So that makes it conservative. Thank you for that. A couple of other things. I would some discussions with the city manager and Councilmember McDonald and yourself on homeless services. And I'm just wondering, just a thought, a line item in the council department for $100,000 in fiscal year 24-25 for homeless services. Now, the city already pays or funds community human services and gathering for women, 30,000 each a year. Is that right?
Approximately, yes, that's right.
So already we're spending that much, 60,000, and we've got requests from iHelp, who put up the homeless in 2 of the churches, St. Mary's and the Christian Church and Wellspring. Okay, formerly Mayflower, and also feed them as well. And so there's some very local nonprofits that help our homeless. Now I'll say not only in Pacific Grove, but also in the peninsula. And I'm wondering too, we might find a way for services to contact our homeless and find out what their needs are and how they might benefit from some help to find permanent residence. So, yeah.
Rather than homeless.
Okay, unhoused.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And so that's a thought. And I know we have some, I'll call it pass-through money. And I've forgotten the acronym already from housing. Mr. Mogensen.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a PLHA, right? PHLA. It's a permanent local
Yes.
housing assistance. Yeah, so PLHA.
And that amount is not in the budget or?
I know that, well, it's in a different program that would not be in the general fund. It's money we receive from the state, and we have been working with CHS, Community Home Human Services, to administer that funding to people who are at risk of being homeless or unhoused.
Yeah, unhoused. So anyhow, I would like to make that a more visible part of the budget and then maybe foster some council discussion and some more public awareness of how the city is helping the local homeless. One other thing, unhoused, sorry, it's going to take a while. Please. One other thought is, and I don't know whether this is going to be, I'm assuming it's going to be a small budget item, but I would like to add more water sports. I mean, we've heard repeated cries for more hours at the pool, but there's PG Adventures that has kayaks, and then we have other local nonprofits like the Wahini Project, right, that teaches kids how to surf. So I'm thinking we live right here on the bay and the ocean. Let's engage some of these other outfits to expand our recreation programs for kayaking and surfing. And it's past my time to go surfing, unfortunately. Anyhow, that's some thoughts. I'm supportive of the forester. I'm supportive of in-house city engineer. That the city engineer is not. We have a city engineer is not really visible. Would like to think about bringing one on. And there was some reference, Councilmember Emilio made a reference about the 1.2 or $1.3 million above budget. And I'm thinking, and then I heard a couple of council members talk about they had some private wish lists. Councilmember Pedori shared a couple of items on his wish list. I'm thinking in light of staff turnover, Ms. Hannah, you're headed north, and Mr. Mogensen has only recently come south. And so I'm thinking that we go ahead without substantial changes to this budget. But I think we really take this as a work in progress and come back in September. By September, the books should be closed on the current fiscal year. So we'll have a little more idea of exactly where we stand at this for the start of the 24-25 fiscal year. And we have a talk about the amount of funds above reserves, because we're not a bank. There's no value to the community with this money in the bank. And I would like to hear more about the wish list. I'll bring my own, and we'll figure it out. How to spend a little more money for maximize the benefit to the community. It's not, I wish 1.3 million would buy so many things. But we'll have to cut down the list to stay within that budget, but I think it's a good one. And for the public, please send us your ideas. I know Public Works had gone out earlier this year and asked for ideas online about capital projects, but should be an ongoing opportunity for the public to say what they would like. Oh, and Monarch Sanctuary fence. I think we could squeeze that in maybe in this year's budget. That'd be great. So, all right, Councilmember Emilio,
I'd like to make a motion.
please.
Okay. Have the request the city attorney to read the title of the ordinance.
This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove adopting the operating and capital projects budget for fiscal year 2024-25 and amending the operating and capital projects budget for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. And to introduce and hold the first reading of an ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 operating and capital improvement budget, amend the fiscal year 23-24 operating and capital improvement budget, and direct the publication of the ordinance will be satisfied by publication of the summary approved by the city attorney. And that's my motion.
Second. So long as that comprises items 2, 3, and 4, I think it did. Okay.
I'm not sure, did that include the motion to waive further reading of the ordinance? If it didn't, then if you could add that.
I will add that motion to waive the further reading of the ordinance.
Okay, second again.
Just quick clarification, are we adding the Monarch fence as part of that 147.5 or?
I think that wasn't part of the motion.
That wasn't part of the motion. No.
Even though several council members voiced support. So you have verbal support. Okay.
We had a first and a second.
Yes, and the second, and I just, so we will come back. I'm suggesting September as the time, perhaps, we'll have a new administrative services director in place. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Mayor. That could line up with a couple of different things. Namely the next council meeting where we're talking about sidewalk extensions, if that's something you want to go forward with. So that could be good timing for all of that. That gives us a little bit of time to discuss internally how some of these positions that we've heard expressed, would fit in best and how we would work on that. So I have good notes here, I believe. So I understood what everybody said tonight, and we'll try and do as best we can to incorporate all in some changes in November or September.
I think that sounds great. Trying to amend the budget on the fly tonight doesn't make much sense. So, okay. We're good?
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the budget? Councilmember McDonald?
Just one point of clarification, with the Monarch season coming in the winter, I'm assuming that postponing and doing that in the September timeframe, would that still give us enough time to get that taken care of before it? Because we have our first count usually Thanksgiving time.
Well, Councilmember, I don't know what the costs are right now, but I'm hoping I can go work with the Public Works Director and we could find some funds that could fix the fence or what we have to do without making it a capital project.
Thank you.
I'll just note that I mentioned support of the fence, but I'm not sure what that fence would be. Unless a council member wants to volunteer, I know what's there now, the low hanging fence, the rope.
I believe we had a CIP recommendation. And I think it was a split rail, if I remember
Oh, a
correctly.
split
I
rail.
have to look back on it because that
Okay.
keeps people more out than just kind of like climbing under as easily. And the kids from swinging on it, because what happens is they swing on it and it knocks it down and then it falls out into the trail and is a tripping hazard.
Let's take a look at it and let's take a look at it and then we'll either come back as soon as we can just to discuss that one briefly or if there's other ways of getting there, we'll try that as well.
Okay. Oh, a vote? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Right. Thank you again, Miss Hannah.
Yes.
She fades away with a big smile. Okay. All right, the last item on the agenda. Economic Development Commission member removal, Mr. Gibbs. I think most of you are all here for that item. I'll just open this. I don't have any prepared material for it. I hope you read the agenda report. I had a couple of lengthy discussions with Mr. Gibbs and explained my thoughts. And he reminded me of the personal antagonistic remarks, and whether it's on social media or in person at council meetings and other city meetings that he has received and over the last couple of years. And I acknowledge that. I heard it. I try not to go on Nextdoor very often. But I was well aware of it, and I told him, I said, I'm only dealing with the situation that just has recently occurred. And I didn't feel that it was worth city resources and time to go back and, investigate the last couple of years of comments and social media and so forth, the back and forth that has occurred. So I just wanted to deal with the latest emails from Mr. Gibbs. And I want to first make a point that this action is in regards to his written message. It's not to suggest that he doesn't care about this community or that his efforts to improve the community aren't worthwhile. No, I'm admiring the passion. He brings a lot of passion to trying to make this community better. He's made a lot of suggestions and a lot of supporters. I'm sure we're going to hear from some of you tonight. And so this isn't about his views of city government and how we, the community and council and committees work. He's entitled to his opinions, and I respect that, as of everyone else is here. It's the question came down to me is the very personal intent of the email and the fact that he is a city official, and is it appropriate for a city official to what I felt was making, a verbal or text antagonistic actions or remarks against others that disagreed with him. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm just looking at his role as a city official. And, I think that this community from time to time, and we've all seen it, is this has gotten some very personal attacks on other people in the community, and that really bothers me. And I would like, I can't say what people will do on Nextdoor or Facebook or TikTok or whatever platform you use, but I do have a say, as my colleagues have a say, in what happens here in this building, in City Hall, where council and meets with you all, the public, and and our committees meet with the public. So do have a say in this. You know, I just want, I want to hear comments. I want to hear feedback that addresses the issues in our community, that makes this community better than it is today, that respects everyone, and yes, the diversity of opinion. And I think this community is fabulous. I think we can be better than sinking down to personal attacks. Let's raise the level of conversation up to how do we do better? How do we interact and work with each other? How does city government do a better job? That's where I'd like us to be. So please keep that in mind. All right. Okay. Public comment. Oh, considering the number of people, I'm estimating we're going to be here to 10:30 tonight on public comment, or by the time 10:30 rolls around, council will be discussing my recommendation. So I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes apiece. Okay, and I don't think I need to remind everybody, but I am anyhow. Please be respectful. I know that there's going to be differences of opinions. Please be respectful. Thank you. Come, welcome.
Hello, City Council. Lori Wick, Miles Avenue, Pacific Grove. The first time I remember becoming aware of the DEI task force, I said in my email, was January 2024. I think it was actually April 2023, and I would have been here about the skate park at that time. Now, there were some very obnoxious and petty remarks made by a woman who zoomed in on the call. So petty, so obnoxious that I had to look her up, and she was a member of the DEI task force. As it turns out, what I found very unethical is that she did not identify herself. She simply made her remarks and proceeded with the pettiness and obnoxiousness. So I went back and laughed with my neighbors about it. Didn't think about it again till now. Now I'm embarrassed for this council that you would appoint such a person to that task force. It is a farce. Shame on all of you. And as for squelching and stifling the comments of a man who dedicates so much of his free time to this city so that others like I who are working long hours don't have to come down here and watch, I'm appalled. And those are my comments. Shame on each one of you. You can do better. And if it is a fool who goes searching on the internet for kindness, do we not know that by now? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'll have some order. You know, just like she said, he does everything here out of the goodness of his heart. And one thing that you said, Mr. Beek, okay? What do we do? What do we do that's better? How can we better ourselves? You forgive, okay? You move forward. Come up with a plan. Hey, you know what? You can't do that. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Do I see any evidence here? What happened? Okay? But I do know I see him out there in community. I see him at here all the time. It's helped me. I appreciate him. But for you guys to just come up and say, hey, you know what? We're just going to dismiss him. He sunsets his term, as I understand, in November. Well, I could be wrong, but I don't have any information. Public doesn't have any information, you know? but it sure does sound like there's a lot of hate out there for this subject, whenever we should come up with something kind, okay? He's a good man. And I think, having him relieve his term, I don't agree with it. And I lose a lot of respect for anybody who does it in my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I was born and raised in Pacific Grove and I'm back. I graduated with Luke. So I just thank you all for your service. I just wanted to say that I'm just coming back and Mike Gibbs has welcomed me to this community back. I'm very appreciative of him. I'm coming into this rather new. And I just wanted to say that I really hope you search your conscience. We really need to keep people like Mike to support us and to have Pacific Grove grow and change and develop. It's very important that he stays on. And I really hope you consider your vote. I met him as well with a group called Braver Angels. And I'll tell you what their mission statement is. And this is why I don't think I think Mike would be a valuable asset. It'd be sad if we lost him. Braver Angels, if you're fed up with today's politics, let's do something about it. Braver Angels is leading the nation's largest cross-partisan volunteer-led movement to bridge the partisan divide through community gatherings, real debates, and grassroots leaderships. Working together, we're creating hope and showing Americans a better way. So I just want to say, please really consider your vote. And I hope you listen to everyone here and understand you'll really be losing somebody that can benefit this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm Kevin Hanley. One of my favorite paintings, I'm sure you're all familiar with Norman Rockwell. It's entitled Freedom of Speech. And it's a 1943 painting. He painted about the 4 freedoms upon President Roosevelt's speech. And it's a great one. What I love about it is that we don't know what he's saying. He could be a liberal, conservative. We don't know what his opinions are, and people are looking at him. And it's an American value to preserve freedom of speech and to honor it, even if we completely disagree with another person. I think that you asked Mr. Mayor what we could do better. I think we can respect another's opinion. This shouldn't be the Bill of Rights for me, but not for thee. And I believe because you haven't made a case that his email is antagonistic or threatening, I think this is really about an engaged citizen who writes lots of letters to the editor, goes to the school board, comes to the city council, and may say things that you disagree with. But I hope all of you, when you go home tonight or in the next couple of days, you talk to a spouse, you talk to a friend, I hope you say, well, I disagree with Mr. Gibbs on some issues or 100% of the issues, but I stood for more civil society. I stood for the First Amendment. I stood for an engaged citizen who is really trying to help this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm David Henderson. Mike Gibbs and I have disagreed about a lot of things. One of them is whether an Economic Development Commission should even exist. I think that we should get rid of it and many other bureaucracies that, in the words of Thomas Jefferson, the guy whose statement we'll celebrate next month, eat out our substance. But if we're to have an Economic Development Commission, it's important that Mike Gibbs be on it. The fact that he was on it last year saved the city government of Pacific Grove from a potential lawsuit. When Mike got on the commission, he noticed there was a program to grant money to businesses owned by women and minorities and only women and minorities. He wondered if that was legal. Contacted the city attorney to ask if it violated Proposition 209, which I'll remind you prohibits governments in California from discriminating on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. It turned out that it was illegal, and as a result, the grant program was open to others. Moreover, Mayor Peak wrote Mike on April 11th, 2023 about this issue, so thank you. Mayor Peak wrote, quote, "Thank you very much for asking questions. You are in the perfect position to do that. Let's keep him in that perfect position. Whatever you think of racial or sex discrimination, personally, I'm against it. The fact is that it's illegal. We need someone protecting us when local governments, even if inadvertently, try to break the law."
Thank you. Welcome.
Harold Zito, Pacific Grove resident. I'm going to paraphrase a American soldier who was hitting the beaches in Normandy like tomorrow 80 years ago. And he said, "I don't want to be here, but I need to be here." That sums up me. I don't really want to be here. I put in my 4 years. But Mike Gibbs is an important enough person and a great enough person for this community that got me from my comfortable house on 17 Mile Drive. And I'm kind of upset. I don't know what this is, but I know in my mind it's kind of like a kangaroo court. It's a preconceived outcome. It kind of reminds me of that trial that just finished up in New York. You know, the one where they can't tell you really what the crime was, but they know he was guilty on 34 counts. It's kind of like Mike. I mean, I don't really understand the problem, but we know he's guilty, I guess, because some people say he's guilty. But the fact that you people who are somewhat spineless and, you know, really, I don't know what you actually have done, have achieved, are judging him is kind of, it's upsetting to me. And I haven't known him for a long time, but for what I've seen of him, he's very impressive. And the fact that you would be judging him and probably have already made your minds up because the staff has recommended that, you know, you kick him off this committee. Maybe you need a little bit of independent thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor and Council, Joy Colangelo, resident. Regarding the email by Meg Gibbs to Carol, can we have order? Regarding the email by Mike Gibbs to Carol Marquardt, the first offense is doxing, which is illegal. He could be a great guy, but it is illegal and it is used to cause emotional distress. It is used to threaten or harm or used to incite others to cause distress. It's an obvious decision tonight to remove him from a commission, but the question remains whether there is legal recourse by his victims. His actions could have led to harassment, cyber stalking, and threats to harm, which is a tort, and that victims could prosecute. As legal counsel should also note, doxing is not protected by the First Amendment. So it's a no-brainer to count on that count to dismiss. The second offense is the wording, if you want to include Nadja, you should poke the bear. It's a thinly veiled political strategy. The phrase is defined as actions that are seen as risky and likely to have negative consequences. Known as the political tactic of dog whistling, such phrases signal that further escalation is likely. He had many phrases he could have chosen from, and he chose to poke the bear. Dog whistle strategy is just that, a strategy to say just enough so one can't be accused of racist or sexist remarks. This isn't a microaggression, but a deliberately chosen phrase that either refers to the stereotypical claim that women are emotional, women are angry, and or this particular woman is angry like a bear. Dog whistles are by nature sneaky things. They can be somatic and carry a charge. In this case, linking it to a war strategy, and they can be stereotypical, linking to the unconscious bias of listeners. They're difficult but not impossible to determine, but here's where Gibbs helps us out. He covertly says poke the bear and overtly says, let him have it. He incites. He is a legal liability. He is mean-spirited when he could be diplomatic. He's either reckless with his verbalizations or left to claim he doesn't mean what he says. Either way, his credibility is unreliable and he should be discounted and discarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry that you're in this predicament. Can you hear me okay with my mask on? Uh, I just want to say that a pragmatic middle way solution is going to help you all stay out of a really big mess. So, we've had some suggestions. One suggestion you might take from human resources law, which is a warning. And then you just let the term expire or you reappoint, but you don't get yourselves involved in legal action, which could be highly expensive to homeowners, taxpayers, and all of your ability to sleep, right? Because this issue is not going to go away unless you put water on the fire. So I would just tame it down. Don't take an action that's going to make you liable, and maybe engage a process that is about bringing civility to the city, which is so distressing to hear about all of this petty fighting instead of dealing with our empty storefronts, the revenues we're not bringing in because we aren't a vibrant commercial entity. I mean, you compare Carmel and Pacific Grove. I don't want this place to be Carmel. I love the small town feel, but we have to face the facts. We have a lot of empty buildings. We have a lot of wonderful, like Lori was saying, this is a jewel of a city. Let's not besmirch it with this kind of petty
Thank you.
negativity.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Colleen Ingram. I'm a resident. This isn't a partisan issue. This is an issue of civility and structure. If I came up here and I started talking about an agenda item that out of line, you would stop me and I cannot continue, and that be because it's my right to free speech. I think, there are guidelines that we have to follow when we participate in civic action. And there are guidelines for commissions, committees, council members. And as far as on our website, boards and commissions, among other things, are viewed that all city volunteers serve a common end. And the EDC is charged with improving the city's business and economic environment by providing a framework of developing and maintaining a viable business community. By attacking another commission or committee, that is really not acting in the common end. And it's illegal. Things have been going on that have been unaddressed, and it's sort of escalated. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, it's out of line. And it's been pointed out here that there are blinders on. If you can't see what happened in New York and see that there are consequences to bad actions, then where are we? So this is reflective on all of us. And if we're worried so much about the liability of a offense, we should be worried about the liability of actions against our community and our councils and our commissions. So thank you. I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you. Welcome.
Daniel Miller. I'm absolutely amazed at the hypocrisy of this. Seeing people get up here that constantly, already, some of them constantly attacked me and other people on Nextdoor on social media, supported Jenny McAdams when she was saying all the stuff she was saying on social media, including, and she was sitting up here at that time, and none of you, outside of maybe one of you, ever said boo to me about the fact that she was writing things like, let's see, if something happens to me, if I wind up dead, everybody will know to look at Dan Miller. It's a felony to file a false restraining order, which is what she did. You guys did nothing. You guys did nothing when Nadja Marks, who is part of this thing, she is the main focal point here. When Nadja Marks was on social media, when she was on DEI attacking me and other people, when she'd be sitting up there on the DEI task force and I'd get up and speak and she'd roll her eyes and laugh and say, and nobody would say anything. Or how about when Kim Bowie Burton, who recently the mayor reappointed to the DEI task force to be the head of the DEI task force, cut me off in the middle of speaking on Zoom just because she didn't like what I said. To the point, Mayor, where you knew that was so flagrant, you let me do 3 minutes here to make up for the 3 minutes I lost there. And then there's the cutting off of me saying something about Jenny McAdams. You cutting me off when I was doing Zoom back in the days we were doing Zoom. This stuff, by the way, Mr. Gibbs said this stuff as a private citizen. He didn't say it at an EDC meeting. And if you read what's you can actually do on in the city's behavior things for commissions and committees, it says basically on the committee, not in your private life. So if we're going to start going after people in their private life, I guarantee you there's a whole room full of people here that aren't going to ever be on a committee or a commission.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I really enjoyed your introduction to us coming up here for oral communication. I'm a little taken back by few comments by some of the people who spoke before me mentioning partisan identifications. This is nonpartisan. You're nonpartisan. I think when people come up here and speak, they're nonpartisan. Yet I heard several people, or at least a few, talk about Republicans and Democrats. This isn't a Republican. I think there's a lot of ingrained disquietude among members of the community who are pursuing this on the basis of partisanship. I think you got some Democrats who think they're opposing or being opposed by, and they want to oppose. They're angry about some Republican items or issues or ideas. We need diversity of content of thought here. And if there was, let's say, all this talk about the legality, almost a threat of lawsuits or legal action, if there was an indiscretion, a miswriting or a missending of an email, how about just an apology or forgiveness and we move on? Why do we have to have so much acrimony about this? Democrat, Republican, this is going to be taken further. Okay, and also, Mayor, you mentioned earlier to stick on this issue. Well, this has been building for several years. Mr. Miller mentioned it. Some of the other people mentioned it. There has been not only action and bad verbiage and mudslinging at different commissions. And it was mentioned about the potential lawsuit for the violation of 209. I was in the room that day when that went down. And it was a good thing that that was caught. And the attorney at the time pointed that out. So I just hope that there's a lot to say. I'm almost out of time. So I'm just going to let it go. Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Magdalene DeLay. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove. I'm here tonight to stand with Dr. Gibbs. I would respectfully ask you to consider Dr. Gibbs without compensation on many levels and through many endeavors has spent considerable time and resources dedicated to helping our community. He's a valued asset in this community. And since we know that it is rare that individual is willing to dedicate time and resources to any community, I would respectfully ask you to please consider that we need to maintain a balanced mindset and a balance of political views among all members of our city task forces and commissions. And offering up Dr. Gibbs to appease and indulge the chronic discontent and ideology of one or a handful of individuals, in my opinion, and probably in the opinion of many in our community, would be a great disservice to our community. We are all above that. For those wishing to serve our city in the future, it would create an impression that service would only be welcome for those who would march in lockstep with one ideology that serves only a small, biased minority in our community. And it would appear that anyone else with these skills, knowledge, and background and willingness to serve our community would not be welcome, thereby reflecting a
Thank you.
blatant lack of ideological diversity that would surely discourage the community
time
from
is up.
serving our city. And that's not how we want our
you.
community to be represented.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Do we have any virtual public comment? Please come.
Madam Mayor, I see 4 hands raised. Dr. Michael Hogan.
Let's,
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Dr. C. Michael Hogan. I've known Mike Gibbs for in depth, and he is a man of the highest integrity, leadership skills, and business acumen. He is an incredible value to this community. And I won't go on about his characteristics and his high integrity. I want to talk to you about the economics of Pacific Grove and what Mike Gibbs means to you. People with knowledge of businesses and broad community context are rare. Mike Gibbs has spent tireless hours getting to know the businesses, getting to know what they need, and to cultivating their prosperity. He has cultivated me to be a believer in Pacific Grove. I have changed all my shopping habits in Monterey County to give 90% of my business to Pacific Grove. I dine out twice a week in Pacific Grove for dinner, many other times for breakfast and lunch. Sometimes I bring a party of 20 people, but I'm just one person who does all of his shopping virtually in Pacific Grove for my art, jewelry, books, gold coins, antiques. The important thing is that Mike has cultivated dozens of people like me to be loyal to Pacific Grove, to believe in the future of Pacific Grove. And I think you don't understand the magnitude, the ripple effect of the dozens of people Mike has cultivated. If you decide against Dr. Gibbs tonight, I will cease my relationships with most of the businesses in Pacific Grove. And I have about 200 other people that I influence who ask me for recommendations, and I will ask them to do the same. This will be the beginning of the ghost town of the future Pacific Grove if you take adverse action against Dr. Gibbs. Thank you.
Lawrence and Bowman.
Thank you. Well, I've certainly heard a lot of threats tonight. Litigation, removing business. It's kind of amazing. I consider poke the bear and let's have at it to be very, very demeaning and disrespectful statements. In that sense, Mike Gibbs unmasked himself. He truly did. He shot himself in the foot. This wonderful person that does so much. Well, I'm sure he does do all these things, but does this person belong sitting up on, I mean, I speak out and am involved in the community because I attend every meetings. I speak out. I'm very concerned and want to get my opinions across. Well, Mr. Gibbs does, or Dr. Gibbs does all the time too, everyone. But that doesn't mean he has any business sitting up there on the Economic Development Commission as a commissioner. He's not representing me as, but I'm not on any social media. And yes, there's a lot of nastiness, but tonight there's been a lot of veiled nastiness with the threats and the withdrawal of support. And I mean, this is ridiculous. Our BCC handbooks, I mean, all the behaviors that have gone on should not have happened to go on, but this one happens to be really demeaning. And that apology was an apology issued by someone who got caught. I mean, I don't believe that now for a minute. I mean, this is truly an unmasked, hoist with his own petard kind of situation. Thank you.
Marcia?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and fellow Grovians. My understanding of absolute discretion is that the city is still constrained by the law, including Mr. Gibbs' equal treatment and free speech protections. The past 2 to 3 years under this council's watch, other appointed officials have committed arguably more egregious behavior than Mr. Gibbs. Other people have mentioned that I know personally of at least 5 or 6 officials. And yet in all these conduct code violation cases, to my knowledge, the appointed officials were not threatened with removal from their positions in a public regular session of a city council meeting. Their apologies were accepted, or in some cases, no apologies were even requested. In this case, under discussion tonight, Ms. Marks and Ms. Bowie's personal email addresses appear to have already been publicly available due to the nature of their positions in as appointed officials. It's regrettable that Ms. Marks felt she was being harassed or attacked, but there's no evidence to support her perception. The law is very precise on threats, stalking, severe pervasive behavior. Indeed, Mr. Gibbs had not even meant to contact Ms. Mark, but rather to forward Ms. Mark's contact info to a fellow concerned citizen interested in discussing issues that Ms. Mark had worked on as an appointed official and continues to be engaged in as a private citizen. Mr. Gibbs' innocent computer mistake by inadvertently adding Ms. Marks as an additional recipient to his private email discussion should not cost him his position. Thank you.
Bart Hayes?
Hello, my name is Bart Hayes. I'm a Pacific Grove resident, a local small business owner. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the initial comments you had. I think you're dead on. This is strictly an issue about a particular event or an act. And it appears that Mr. Gibbs has violated public trust by exposing information that was not intended to be shared. There should be civil consequences. That's all I have to say.
Roger Mark?
Unmute. Hello, this is Nadia Mark. This is the latest in a pattern of behavior that has been concerning from Mike Gibbs. I'm not going to go into the laundry list because I am no longer in the public eye. I am not on the DEI task force. This email came forth 3 months after I chose not to seek reappointment, as has not subtly been alluded to. I tend to come out with sarcasm and headiness when I am attacked and bullied. And as you can see, I am often attacked and bullied because I'm a lightning rod. As a DEI task force member, which is a new task force, a new principle, new thought process in Pacific Grove that's been hard. It's a hard transition for a lot of people to take. And the thing is, when the ordinance was set up creating the task force, there was no safeguards set up for the harassment and for the discomfort for the community. And reasonably so, because I don't think any of you would have thought that other BCC members would be attacking each other. So when I received this email, I was concerned and I was upset. So I don't think that he's able to serve on the EDC with a subjective mind frame, as he has also broken the scope of public comment several times at our DEI task force meetings, and has been admonished by the city attorney and the mayor. And as such, he's already. Thank you.
Frank Walker.
Hi, thank you. I love it when I agree with Inga. It makes me happy. This is a situation where a member of the EDC who has access to people's private email information only as a member of a task force or commission, those email addresses are not made public easily, and obviously someone can go and Google them and that's fine, but he had access to these emails and chose to share them with a private citizen. Better Angels is, I'm sure, and locally a wonderful organization, but nationally was founded by an anti-LGBTQIA+ person who actually has written books about it, and you can find him on Amazon. And I don't want his indiscretion. You know, it is what it is, but he didn't apologize, and he didn't even choose to try and make an apology. He tried to push it off because, as Miss Inga Lauren Dormanson stated, he got caught. Thank you.
No further virtual callers, Mr. Mayor.
More public comment, please. Welcome.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Peggy Gibbs, resident of Pacific Grove, and I'm honored to be the wife of Mike Gibbs. I believe you are fair-minded and thoughtful people, so I wanted to share just a few thoughts. First, I want to say that I forgive those individuals that are speaking out against Mike without any direct knowledge of the situation and adding all kinds of additional things that are untrue. Second, I am proud of Mike and grateful to those of you who will recognize that Mike only wants to create a vibrant business community and positive spirit that benefits all of the residents and tourists who come to PG. I believe with Mike, I've been with Mike when he has walked around the PG businesses asking how are they doing and is there anything that they need. He always encouraged them to come to an EDC meeting and during public comment time, share what they need and what they wanted to know. When the housing element was discussed, he introduced the idea of a catalyst project that the town could identify that would encourage residents to get involved and excited again. It's just second nature to him to encourage everyone we meet to share their ideas either in letters or in person. And when asked, he has done that. And he's done his best to come alongside and find answers to questions that people have had. Mike and I have encouraged individuals to volunteer when they see areas that could be additionally beautified that are currently neglected. We both advocated for the clearing of Washington Park, and that was something that was a successful effort. Mike and I did start PG Lives to get more people to be involved in important issues. We created Leadership PG to hear firsthand candidates' important thoughts. I'd like to close with one thought, if I might. That is, I want to thank you all for sitting on a council and volunteers that are the BCC members. It is a difficult task. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of time involved. You have to take your time to be involved and to prepare and to research. Mike was doing the same thing on the EDC and going to all of the different BCC meetings to be able to know what was happening in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Ségolène, a resident of Pacific Grove. When I was speaking earlier of a shift in tone in our beautiful city these past years, I think what happened by divulging private email addresses to someone is like a culmination of I won't use the word hatred, but I'm going to use the word acrimony. And it's like someone moving to a new city and trying to find all the defects. I'm not like that. I tend to be more grateful, more than critic. And if something is not really working for someone, then talk it over, discuss, etc. But poking, encouraging someone else to poke someone else, that's aggression to me. And to me, free speech stops when it attacks someone else. And I am favorable of removing Mr. Gibbs from this commission because I think that his behavior is not dignified of someone representing our city, whether it's business or something else. Sometimes it's hard to, they're pretty loud in the back, just saying. And it's not dignified. It is not something I encourage. I really think, as someone said before, that he showed his true colors. He got caught. And what I would like, when I say that I would like to see more kindness, is just that his behavior was mean and was not nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Honor and fellow council people. My name is Jimmy Collins, and I've been a resident of Pacific Grove for 32 years. And just in the recent year, a couple of years, I got to know Mike Gibbs, who's a man of excellent character. Not perfect, like any of us are not perfect. We all have our, we've all made mistakes. And Mike realized he had made a mistake right away when he realized that email was going to two people that he didn't want it to go to. And we've all done, I don't know anybody that hasn't done that sometime in their life. So I say, ye that are without sin cast the first stone, including the people that are critical of Mike and want to put him off the committee. He's worked tirelessly for that committee and for and promoting the businesses of Pacific Grove. Every time I'm many places with him out, he's always talking to the business people, and he's just an invaluable asset. And he's I can't say enough good things about him. Now, like I say, I've made plenty of mistakes in my own life, but you've just forgive, and I would let this go because so many people were critical of him and called him a racist and called him this, that, and that's totally out of line too in a public setting. In public settings, they did it. So if you can let those people get away with those things, his mistake, and he apologized to these folks right away. It's not like Anyway, he's a good man. You should keep him on the committee, and he works real hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just speaking in support of removing Mr. Gibbs from the EDC. I think these constant attacks on other commissioners is a distraction from the goals of the EDC. And it's not about personal freedom of speech. This is really about how we want our appointed officials to act with decorum and dignity. Bullying private citizens, inciting others to do the same. It's not becoming of somebody appointed to one of these committees, and he should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, if there's no further public comment. Ms. Kendall, if you could set the clock to 5 minutes, I told Mr. Gibbs he could speak for 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for appointing me to the Economic Development Commission. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve the city. And when I depart, the EDC, I will have no less passion for accelerating the vitality of the city for the benefit of the business community, residents, and guests. I neither asked for this tribunal nor welcomed it, but here we are. On May 28th at about 7:25 p.m., Mayor Peak called me at home 3 hours after he received a letter from a local resident. None of the people who had been mentioned here received a letter demanding that Gibbs, me, resign as a member of the EDC. With asking for my side of the story, the mayor mentioned that he talked to me several times, gave me 16 hours until Wednesday the next day to make a choice. Resign immediately or face a council meeting that would be ugly and not turn out well for me. I get it. The mayor made a political choice, so I made mine, and here I stand to hear the accusations against me and face a vote. I have 5 minutes to tell the truth. The accusation is that an email by me, which I don't deny, dated May 18, 2024, to another member of the public disclosed one current and one former city official's private email addresses without their knowledge or consent. So it seems to boil down to, and I asked Mr. Pierrick several times for a ruling on this, seems to boil down to private versus public. You've heard several people make that distinction. Personal information is what it was called. In this case, emails. The principle is pretty simple. Quote, there's a cause of action known as the disclosure of private facts like email addresses, which allows somebody to take an action if disclosed fact was private, which means not previously publicly disclosed. Previously publicly disclosed. My question is, did Ms. Gaudette, who sent the letter to the mayor, who's not a principal in this thing, did she determine if the two addresses were already public? Did the mayor only follow the lead of Ms. Gaudette and ask me to resign based on that unsubstantiated claim? And did the PG city attorney bother to investigate if in fact those emails were private? Because it seems to me it all boils down to public or private. Or did everybody just naturally accept Mrs. Gaudette's claim that the addresses were private? Unbelievably, not a single person, nobody asked me the source of the addresses. Where did I get them? How did I know if they were private? If I knew they were private, why would I send them out? Here's what I know. Over the past 18 months, I have received emails from the two members of the DEI task force in question. These emails, some initiated to me by the DEI task force. I didn't ask for them. I have one from October 10th, 2022 to me from the person who spoke up here about the Jenny Adams situation where I got called out by Ms. McAdams on Facebook. This person emailed me from her address. That's the same one that is I'm being called out for. As I understand all that, it makes it a public, not a private email. I'm standing here to tell you right now, right today, I did not disclose any private personal information, and I defy anybody to tell me that I did otherwise. As a member of the EDC, I showed up. You heard all this, talked to many business owners, learned the challenges, served on a subcommittee for a plan to recover small business vitality, supported projects of other people like the music program, initiated a city sign assessment to make sure more visitors stopped and shopped and stayed in PG. The emails that I referenced earlier tonight were all public information. The attacks on members of the EDC, me specifically, the reference to the Nazi was known by everybody because it featured an art, was featured in an article in the Pine Grove, in the Pine Cone. Everybody knew about it. This person called out my wife and called her a liar. I was so angry. I sent that to the mayor. He said he would look into it. Nothing happened. Are you to stand here and tell me that that is the correct? You want to set that kind of a standard for the city of Pacific Grove? I don't think so. Regardless of how, what you decide, Mayor, I'm going to be about 3 seconds over. I am reminded of this line from Louisa May Alcott, one of my mom's favorite authors. The meaning of life is to find your gift, and the purpose of life is to give it away. You all are doing that here, and we still have work to do. So let's get to work and do the right thing.
Thank you. Right, doesn't look like there's any more public comment. Okay. Close public comment, council discussion on the agenda item.
I'm willing to start.
Councilmember Beck.
Having been a product of being bullied myself, I totally understand. It looks like there's some direction going back and forth to the mayor and one of the people sitting in the audience, which I think is quite interesting. This truly feels like elementary school to me. It really does. We are a nonpartisan body up here. Okay? Everybody needs to understand we are nonpartisan. This is not a political arena. I ran for council so that I could enjoy learning about our community. I could learn about our budget. I could help with our budget. There are a lot of things that I joined for. I certainly didn't join to be attacked, and I've been attacked from the very beginning. So I know how Mr. Gibbs feels. I know how Miss Mark must feel. I know how Miss Bowie must feel. But we've all endured it. And I think the way our city is handling this, our council is handling this, is kind of sad that we can't all just communicate with each other. If you have an issue with me, rather than coming before the podium and attacking me or attacking anybody, talk to them in person, send them an email. But that doesn't happen. And with Mr. Gibbs, I have literally talked to this gentleman maybe twice. I mean, I hear him at our meetings all the time and so forth. So do I condone the wording in it? I don't condone the wording in it. But far worse things have happened with board members. And you've all sat here and allowed a board member to attack me and a resident sitting there. And nothing ever happened. So I'm just beginning to wonder why a warning wasn't given, why we're sitting here in a court of law practically, when we have far greater things that we are doing for the betterment of our community. Do I think this is a betterment of our community on how we're handling our volunteers? Absolutely not. We haven't handled it in the past. And why are we making an example of it now? Again, I think a warning would have been very nice, an apology perhaps to say it was an error, shouldn't have done that. You know, I've never heard from anybody apologizing the things. I mean, just at our last meeting, I had just lost my daughter. sitting here going through chemo. A resident had to say that, but yet a member of of our community who's never talked to me, I've never talked to this woman, would come up here and attack me. So again, I sympathize. I really do. I sympathize with Mr. Gibbs, with his wife, because I know the things they've done in our community. And if something was said that was inappropriate, how come one of those members that received the email didn't come forward? Why was it a chamber board member that wrote you a letter? I'm really curious about that. So regardless of her profession, to have a chamber board member write you a letter about our resident that wrote an email. Again, I don't condone the wording. I'm going to say that, Mr. Gibbs. But I think the way we're handling it as a city, we need to send a stronger message to our residents to no longer attack, whether you're on a board or you're a resident, that we need to work together. That's what we're all up here for. You know, this is a lot of a long time commitment that we've made to serve for 4 years. You know, as you can see, sitting here through a budget, sitting here through our CIPs, having to learn all of this. And I've been on the EDC board and I know how much work it takes. And there are very few people who do the work. I was one of them. And I see that Mr. Gibbs is doing a lot of work. He speaks at every council meeting. He speaks at mostly every DEI meeting. He speaks at school board meetings. Again, in the letters that we received, they brought up every entity that he speaks at that they don't approve of. Again, he's an involved resident of Pacific Grove. And I would encourage people that if you're concerned about something in our community, reach out to that person, talk to them. Why are we at a place that we're at, that we're all sitting here at 10:15 at night discussing this? It's sad. It's sad in our world these days. Okay. We're a small community. Everybody knows I've lived here my entire life. I get attacked for saying that too, but I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be a Pagrovian. And again, it's not about me, but it's about how I feel, that how we react to other people. When you have a situation and you're not comfortable with it, send us an email, send a board member an email, but let's not be so uncivil that we want to attack people and get rid of people immediately. And again, nonpartisan position up here. I just listened to the facts. I wrote down everybody's names, what they commented on. I listened to every single one of you, but attacking doesn't really give us answers and it doesn't take us in a direction that we need to be going as a community. Thank you.
Further council discussion. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm finding this whole situation, to be honest, troubling on both sides. But I think in a way it's important because it's brought to light, I think, sort of as Councilmember Beck has brought up, kind of a series and a long series of uncivil discourse that's gone on in the community. And while I definitely don't agree also with the content of the email, I also recognize that it wasn't intentionally sent to someone in an effort to personally attack them. It was encouraging somebody to action, but we really don't know what that was. It could be giving a piece of their mind. I don't know. And I'm not one who likes to make assumptions about what I think other people are planning to say or do or what the reference is to, because I have no idea, and that would just be making things up. And making things up is often how things escalate, to people making assumptions about what people are trying to say. And that's what I feel like we really need to do less of here. But I think this is really a systemic issue we have been seeing. And I agree that I feel like we need to do something and maybe have a better system for dealing with such things. From my understanding, the issue of this largely was, are these public or private email addresses? If they are private email addresses that we receive as a result of being a member, then those shouldn't be disclosed, and that becomes problematic. But if these are readily available online, they're ones people have on their social media pages, for example, or in particular ones they've responded with, I'm very interested to know, because we've heard threats of lawsuits, threats of withholding support for other businesses, which the person in question supports, which seems kind of counterintuitive to me too, unfortunately. So we just have everybody wanting to fight, and I want to find a solution. So how do we find solutions, and how do we identify what the actual standing is on this? So are the accusations or the allegations correct? Because I don't feel like we have enough information to know for sure. Were they public? Were they private? Is that part of the issue here? I guess that would be a city attorney question.
I don't know the answer to that.
So it sounds like, well, okay, I guess a better question is, are people's email addresses disclosed in any public forum related to the city? I'm assuming the answer is no to that. They are publicly available on the city's website or just out in the world?
Okay,
That,
please. If you would direct your questions to a specific person, that'd be helpful as opposed to broadcasting
okay.
the question.
So I guess the question, actually, since the city clerk seemed to answer, it's they get a group email to use. The actual private addresses of people are not disclosed. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember McDonald, correct.
Okay.
They're not made public.
But that said, when they respond to members of the public, they do use their private email addresses. So in some regard, their email addresses are public if they choose to respond, which doesn't then make them open to being shared with others so much as it just, I think, makes them somewhat in the public domain.
I can't answer that question. They're private emails and they're personal emails, and we don't disclose them. I never disclose an email without asking the permission of that person. Even within the groups, even within a group such as DEI or EDC, they're considered private. It's a confidential list in my office.
And that's really where my concern comes in. It's like, I greatly appreciate all the work that Mr. Gibbs does. I think that he does contribute a great amount to this community. I think that's a huge asset. My biggest concern is if anybody is disclosing personal emails, it becomes problematic because people have an assumption that just because we're in public service, I wouldn't want anyone to disclose my information. I should have a right to that privacy. So a lot of it gets down to that. And I, I have to admit, I've unintentionally sent things I didn't mean to the wrong person. I know we all have, but it sort of gets down to the heart of what's going on too. And I feel like there is the part of us that wants to weigh the virtue of the person, which I think does wonderful things for the city in many ways. The other thing though is, do we as a community have rules in our handbook that prevent the disclosure of this private information? If we do, then I would say that definitely that would be something that it didn't, at the very least, would require a warning. I don't know if it merits removal, but I just feel like, unfortunately, this has become the tipping point for a problem that's been brewing for years and years. And rather than this having be something that the decision of further divides the community, I have been toiling at home. How do we create a situation where we have this be a learning situation, where we have clearer rules, much more respect? Because unfortunately, some of the things we've heard are true about the attacks that go on. We've been the subject of them as well, and everyone has their First Amendment right to do that. But the point being that it breeds an environment where these things go on, and often the people who are doing more accusing assume other people are accusing as well, and that may not be the intention. So we're trying to read people's intentions. And I just feel like I don't even know where to go with this one, because I know the intention may have been definitely to open dialogue, ironically, but maybe it was constructive, maybe it wasn't. We don't know that because we don't know what that email is going to be. But I'm just really troubled by the whole thing and not really sure what to do in this situation, because so many other things have gone on unchecked, as people have pointed out. But at the same time, if it's inappropriate to disclose emails, then that concerns me as well. So I'm still on the fence and curious about what other people have to say. I've heard what everybody said. I value everybody's input. Actually, I think that's important. Nobody should be doxing or anything with anyone. Nobody should be belittling other people. And so I just feel as a community, maybe this is a wake up call to really do more of that focus on what are we really here for as a community? What purpose do we serve and how can we better do that together? Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is an interesting item, but I would say that I've known Mike since he's entered into the community. So I have no doubt that Mike is an excellent community citizen, does things for the community. That I have no doubt. However, from this particular context, I should say that Pacific Grove is a welcoming. We profess that Pacific Grove is a welcoming place for everyone. And this email, the email that was sent out, the emails that were personal or public may have been inadvertently sent out, but the undermining of another commission, of a city commission, doesn't sit well with me, and that to me is something that we need to consider, because we are welcoming everyone, and that means welcoming all the commissioners of the city too. So this particular email tells me that we're not necessarily welcoming the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. And why is that? And it goes on to say that we're not only are we not welcoming them, but go on to derail them. And again, as a commissioner, as a publicly appointed official, I don't think this should be the way that the direction that a commissioner needs to behave. So I would be in support of like removal for that particular reason. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
First off, I've got to say, I appreciate all the emails that I've received or the council receives. There's quite a few pluses and minuses, as I always call them. You got the positives and the negatives and everything. And I also appreciate everybody coming up and giving their talk on this. It's never, I say this, and I don't want to talk through experience, but I have been on the council for a little over 5 years and never experienced a situation like this before. And I'm just going to, and one of the things I do have to say, the people that spoke, and I appreciate the people that spoke, but some of them were, it's kind of hard to follow sometimes when they're on a little bit on the, I don't want to say negative or threatening side. It wasn't, sometimes it's hard, but that doesn't make the decision. The decision is, after 5 years and seeing all the commissioners and gone through, and this particular situation is not warranted. I have no problems with Mike Gibbs. But I agree with the mayor that Mike Gibbs needs to be removed from the Economic Development Commission.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Ron. Yes, this was first for me too. I'm here 7.5 years so far. Interesting issue. I think that I'm going to go ahead and echo some of what my colleague over here, Debbie Beck, said, which she had made some great comments. That I don't endorse definitely the verbs, the phrases used in the email. I don't agree with some of what was said there. I do, my basic thought about it is that I think there have been things like this that have been done that have not been brought before us, which I'm glad about that, because I don't think we want to be doing this all the time. I think I'm more in the sense of we should be healing each other. We should be working together to try to achieve the best for the city. So working together, working with each other, not against each other in a constant battle. So I don't want to see that continue. I hope that we can use this moment, as others have said, to achieve that. But as far as tonight's item and what's been brought before us, I think I have some questions about the email, certainly the emails. I recall when I was on the boards and commissions, when I was on the planning commission, I used my own email and I responded to people with it. it was, everybody had my email. They could send me whatever they want. So I think that's probably more than likely still done on a regular basis by private citizens participating in the BCCs. So I don't see that. The big thing that I saw was just kind of the tone. However, I think there's been some really poor tones used also by other folks, even at the dais against some of our council members too, and also in emails and things that we receive. So, and I try to, the Bible verse was brought up about casting the first stone. I'm not perfect. I've definitely made mistakes in the last 10 years serving the community. But I try to be very careful with when I say something about someone else, or when I email out to somebody else, or because of this reason. And so I think I have to err in favor of the accused, not to use the courtroom phrase, but he's kind of this is kind of a mini trial here. And so basically I have some questions about the reason for the email. I have some questions about the privacy and all that I can't reconcile. And I think that the phrase warning has been used. I think that could be a thing. I think an apology could be something. But I'm not prepared to remove someone. I know Mr. Gibbs has worked very hard on the Economic Development Commission. And I know that he cares a lot. I am concerned about some of the language he used, and I certainly don't want to have BCC members that are trying to undermine other commissions. But I think in this particular case, just given the evidence, I'm not able to support the removal. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the first thing I want to do is say what you did, Mike, was really stupid. And I think you know it. And I think your apology was weak. And I would like to see some reconciliation here. There has been a litany of vicious, hateful, spiteful comments made online and towards this body and towards towards our BCCs. The level of discourse it's in the gutter, and we need to reset. And if you want to be an ambassador for the city, Mike, you've got to support the BCCs that exist. And we've got a lot of commentary today from how well you've done as being an ambassador for the city, but this isn't it. And how can you make amends? Where's the path forward for reconciliation? Where's the reset in our civil discourse? It's not a partisan position. And yet we see so much vitriol online and outright lies about other people. It's got to stop. It just has to stop. This is not why we want to be here. We want to help make this a better place. We're always going to have differences in policy. That's the nature of the game, okay? And you get up here trying to do your best to develop the policy that you feel is right for the city. You shouldn't be attacked personally for trying to accomplish that. And that's what we're seeing happening. And it's the juvenile comments that I see being made. It's infantile, really. And so where is the reset button on this? I don't know. I would like to see Mr. Gibbs dig a little deeper in trying to reconcile his actions with his responsibility as an ambassador of the city, as an officer of the city, as an appointed official, as it were. I don't think we've gotten there yet. I would like to see some exploration towards that. But if you're going to sign up for the job, you've got to recognize that there's differences of opinions, and you've got to support the BCCs and the council if you're going to want to be part of the local government. Certainly you have First Amendment rights, and that includes criticizing government. And you can do that as a private citizen, and you should do that as a private citizen. That was the whole point of the inquiry ordinance. But I'm with my colleagues. Lori was very articulate, Debbie passionate as always, the mayor pro tem as well. Where can we reset this conversation and say this was the time in which we said we're going to participate in a civil way with one another? Can we do that? Can we find that, and people understand it and people accept it and then people follow it? I would love that to happen. And Mr. Gibbs, you need to up your game, and I think you need a better policy or a better apology. But if you're going to be an ambassador, support everybody as well you can. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Move recommended action.
Second.
Further discussion? Everybody spoken? Councilmember McDonald.
So since we can have discussion, I feel like this is another situation, which is why I did not support the, it's a long night, I'm sorry, preparing for the budget. The item last time about us being the judge and jury for each other if the public has concerns. I feel like we're not necessarily working with adequate information. I feel this was a very important time and an important item because I think this is where we can start making a change. So I know we have to potentially respond to the current action, or could we make a counter proposal? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the terminology this time. Substitute amendment that we seek a path forward where, as Councilmember Clutty, since you said it most recently, it's sticking in my mind the most, where we have a path forward that is a reset that changes behavior and where we actually set the tone for we all support each other. There's been a lot of bashing of DEI, and I think maybe we need to better understand the purpose and their challenges, what they've been through. I feel like we need to support that better, but I feel like they need to support everyone else better too. So I think it needs to be a two-way street. And I propose that we do something can we move? I will ask the question. I will pose the question. Can we have a substitute motion where we provide an opportunity to have a different solution than doing a vote on remove or not remove? That's my question.
It needs to be actionable. Your first statement was aspirational, and I think you get 7+ votes on that, the aspirational part. But just to do better is not actionable.
And what I meant was, could we come up with something, maybe in combination with the city manager, I don't know, where we put that in place? So rather than taking a vote to remove somebody on something that's sort of gone back and forth on both sides, this is the one that's coming to light. And as was mentioned, there have probably been others. Is there a path forward where we create something like that, where this is that reset button, rather than taking a vote to remove someone or not? That's my question.
You'd like to stop the vote.
I would like us to actually do something that's more constructive.
Let's direct the question to our city attorney. I've never heard of a motion to stop a vote, to continue a vote to another time.
I believe, Mayor, you've properly described this substitute motion is not really an actionable motion, and it's more aspirational. So in the absence of it being a substitute motion, I think that you do have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. So my advice, unless there's another substitute motion, that you vote on the motion that's before you.
And can a proposal to put more effort into it to come back and create, I don't want to say a program because it's not a program, but to create clearer guidelines and use this as a situation. Is there a way to pause on a vote while we explore other possibilities? That's the question.
Yes, a substitute motion to continue this item
Yeah.
to another meeting.
Okay, I don't think anyone wants to continue it to another meeting because then we have to listen to all the public comment again. Um,
Well,
I want to do something that's more useful, and it sounds like the only thing we can do is a vote, and I find that unfortunate because I don't find the vote will be useful and won't get us to the end that we want. So I'll just,
I might suggest that there was a question asked earlier about, is it just, there's two items under your recommendation here. The one is to remove Mike Gibbs as a member of the EDC, and then alternatively, discuss and take other action. So what that does is it gives the council the latitude. You can make the decision or not. You don't have to make, if you don't take any action, then there's no action and there's not been a removal. If you take a vote on it, then it's whatever the vote on that is. But where I'm going with this is, if you decide to vote on a motion here, including the one that's on the floor now, that doesn't preclude you from subsequently to that vote, having a discussion about whether you want to request the city manager to bring back to a future agenda item, a discussion of whatever that issue is that you wish. I heard you say guidelines, I think was one of the words you used. And if you wanted that to be brought back for further discussion at a future council meeting, that's certainly within the purview of this agenda item.
because what I'm thinking is, I feel like we need lessons in civility and for our civil government, but of course that's, potentially not likely to happen. So, okay, I guess I'll leave it at that, but I would like to see, I guess my main point that I just want to make sure is stated, I do not want this be the end of anything, regardless of which way the vote ends up going. I think this is something as a community we need to address, to have our community working together for the good of the community and stop the division that is pulling it apart. Thank you.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Paduri? Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Councilmember Beck? No. Councilmember McDonald?
At this time, I'll have to go with no.
Councilmember Coletti?
No.
Pro Tem Smith?
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
Thank you very much. That concludes our agenda for tonight. Thank you to the public, to staff, to my colleagues for participating in municipal government. Everybody have a good night.